Couldn't have asked for a better night at AutoClub Speedway. Indy Cars, live right here on LSRTV. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the MavTV 500, presented by VoltVapes.com. I am Ben Gilcrease. Andy Kessler going to share the booth with me. Laura Lawson is on the controls, getting the picture that you see to you. Andy, these cars, they don't go below 200 mile an hour, even in the turns. This is going to be a fast-paced race and some close racing with no fenders.
No fenders, Ben, but believe me, at this place, the downforce on these cars, the speeds, I mean, probably wide open through the corners, especially on fresh tires. These guys are going to be flying around this place. The draft's going to be a big key to this race. It's going to be so fast, and I'm looking forward to it.
250 laps. It's going to be maybe not the guy with the fast car. It might be the guy that can survive this long endurance race here at AutoClub Speedway tonight.
Yeah, the guy who can get on pit road, no mistakes. Getting on the pit road when you're going 220 miles an hour is going to be a trick in itself for a lot of these guys with the braking, especially because they're not going to be using any brakes through the corners. So 2 wide, 3 wide, 4 wide even we'll probably see through these corners, especially the restarts. It's going to be interesting.
Andy, have you ever went to one of your local airports to watch a stunt show, maybe with just regular stunt planes or even fighter jets?
Yes.
Have you? All right, well, you're going to see just about that, except for these guys are going to be planted to the ground with right on the edge of catastrophe every lap. These guys, we could see them 2-3 inches apart, like you said, 3-4 wide. This track is wide enough. We might see 7 wide like we did in the real race at Pocono earlier today. You never know what's going to happen when you crank them up and set them loose for 250 laps. Certainly going to be a show in itself. Let's talk about it. You mentioned it a little bit earlier. 220 mile an hour. You got to get down to pit road sometime or another to take those tires under the green and also refill these Indy cars. How do you get slowed down from 220 to 65?
Very carefully, Ben. These brakes are going to be cold. You're almost going to have to test the brakes going into turn number 3 just to make sure you get a little heat on them. But these guys are going to be, it's going to be treacherous coming off of the corner at that high rate of speed and then ducking down. And then at the same time, how many guys are following you in there? So it's going to be, you got to be real careful here getting on pit road, especially if there's other cars around you. Any type of damage to these cars, and you can pretty much kiss your chances goodbye.
Well, we'll see how it all shapes out. 250 laps coming at you in just a moment. But right now, we'll head trackside to get some important stuff out of the way with tonight's national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
On behalf of iRacing.com Motorsports Simulations and LSRTV, welcome to the Pacific Majors MavTV 500 presented by Volt Vapes. On the microphone tonight, Andy Kessler. He shares the booth with me, Ben Kilcrease. Laura Lawson is getting the picture that you see to you right here live on LSRTV, the voice of sim racing. Here we go, Andy. We're here, AutoClub Speedway, 250 laps with the Pacific Majors League. Let's go ahead and take a look at our starting lineup here tonight for the MavTV 500, presented by Volt Vape. So you have to bear with us. Some of these names are new to us. We'll do the best we can. Starting on row number 1, it's the 8 of Gary Nichols and the 24 of William Brown.
Row number 2 on the inside is going to be the 114 car of John Ailes, and on his outside will be the 68 Gary Laviolette.
Tom Drayling in the 36 shares row number 3 with Aaron Stowe in the number 99.
The number 66 of Mike Taylor, he's going to roll off 7th, while Michael Lane will start 8th.
Robert Prentice is in the 227. He is rolling off inside of row number 5 to his outside. It's Elsie Daly in the 555.
Starting 11th is Donovan Jones in the 74, and the number 20 of Michael Wood will start 12th.
Richard Tillman is in the 13th starting position. He's in the number 1. Jimbo Pfeiffer is in the 00. He starts outside.
Andy Kennedy and Scott Wamba in the 75 will be in row number 8.
And it's Brent Trosson in the 944 and Chad Yoshimity in the 46.
The number 11 of David Freeboth, he's going to start 19th, and 20th will be J.D. Snyder in the 23.
And it's Scott Hutchinson, Trenton Barrington, Kevin Kernoodle, Timothy Schultz, Adam Hawks, Brian Bennett, Pete Costanzo, Jared Morgan, and Mike Quillett. That rounds out the field as the lights are out on the iRacing.com Ford Mustang pace car. These drivers, the nerves are, I should say the butterflies are turning into pterodactyls as the pace car gets set to pull down onto pit road. They stack them up 2 by 2, side by side, 250 laps. It's the MavTV 500 presented by Volt Vapes in the Pacific Majors.
Good restart by the outside. Oh, we had trouble already on the front stretch. It looks like the 36 of Tom Drayling was involved with that one. Caution's out already.
Caution is out. Aaron Stowe and Tom Drayling bring out lap number 1. Bring out our first caution as we get to replay pulled up. And Stowe just, I don't know if he might have spun the tires or if he was looking low, but Drayling was there. Drayling hard contact with the inside wall as well as Stowe. Nobody else was involved. A 2-car incident, but both of those drivers certainly got a lot of damage and could be out of this race for at least 50 or so laps.
That was a tough break right there, right off the start. I don't know if he thought he was clear or what happened there. Spun the tires is probably a good guess right there, Ben, because still trying to climb through these gears. Of course, they have 6 gears in these things, so yeah, interesting there on the start. A tough break for those 2 guys.
So, we'll line these guys back up, and we'll try it again. Here at the MavTV 500, caution laps are going to count tonight here at Auto Club Speedway. We're certainly glad you've joined us on LSR TV.
I'll tell you, it was a good start by the William Brown in the 24, Ben.
Yeah,
got off to a good start there on the outside lane.
Everybody was getting up to speed there, and it was looking like we were going to be good, except for the tire spin. I'm going to go with his tire spin. I don't think he would make an abrupt lane change like that on the initial start of a 250-lap race, so we'll go with it was tire spin from the Stowe machine that makes contact with Drayling there to bring out our first caution. Brown, though, started outside of row number 1 in that second starting position. Gary Nichols started on the pole. He now sits second. Those 2 guys swap positions before they even got to turn number 1, right when the caution came out. Gary LaViolette is in third in the 68. John Ells, he's in the 114. He sits fourth. And Mike Taylor is in the 66. He sits fifth.
Couple guys already. We got about to turn number 1, maybe through 1 and 2 before the caution flag came out, Ben. But a couple guys already moving up about 5 or 6 spots here. That's kind of interesting there. So this should be, we'll get to try it again, I guess. So we'll get to try this restart again and see if we can get these guys going. I mean, I assume that, or I predict in this race, we should see a lot of green flag laps once these cars get kind of spread out. And I mean, there's going to be a lot of drafts, so you'll probably see a bunch of little packs, Ben, 3, 4 cars, maybe 5. So.
I'm sorry. I thought our leader was heading to the pits. That's actually Hutchinson, who was just in front of the field. So
all right.
Off there, Andy.
I thought it was too, and I was like, what is he doing?
I told you to have to bear with us. First time seeing a couple of these guys as the lights are still on the pace car cleanup, still continuing down in turn number 1, right there at the end of the pit road wall. If this was, say, Charlotte or Atlanta or Texas, that wall wouldn't have been there, and maybe those cars wouldn't have received as much damage as they did. But the wall was there, and they both made contact with it, pretty significant contact, so they got a little damage to fix down in the pits. It's going to be a single file restart. All restarts are not going to be single file. Here to MavTV 500, presented by Volt Vapes. Be sure to check out Volt Vapes online. Visit voltvapes.com for all your vaping needs. You can join their $1 Vape Club. Do so at voltvapes.com.
Should get the 1 to go this time.
If you're just joining us, we are under our first caution of the night. It occurred just as we were starting the race. Heading down into turn number 1. One driver spun the tires and collected another driver. A 2-car incident on lap number 1 puts us under our first caution. Like you said, Andy, the lights should go off atop the iRacing.com Ford Mustang pace car this time by. And they do. So, field will get single file, bunched up, and we'll get set to restart this time by. And see if we can't get this race green flag here at AutoClub Speedway. All right, Andy. The drivers just saw what happened there because it happened right in front of the whole field. You got to think, they're thinking in their heads, they're saying, man, we gotta take a little bit easier on this start because this is a 250 lap race.
Oh, absolutely. This time, you know, like you said, it'll be single file, so that'll be a little bit different. Just gotta watch the guy in front of you for the most part. Might see a little bit of jumbling up, or actually, you know, they'll probably start fanning out as soon as they cross that start-finish line because they can't change position until the start-finish line. So I'm sure as soon as they go across that line, you're going to see a lot of guys ducking high, ducking low, trying to get around those guys in front of them. So it should be an interesting restart, but maybe we could get in this lap, this time anyway.
So we'll try it again as the field works their way down into turn number 3. This track very similar to that Michigan International Speedway, but both have their differences. Both are very unique in their own certain way, and you'll see those differences, and we'll point out some a little bit later in the night. Pace car down. Field in the hands of William Brown. He brings us to the green flag. He's in the gas, and we are racing here at MavTV 500.
Real good jump right there for him. He's almost got about a 4, 5, 6, 8, 10 car length lead right now as they head back into turn number 1. The battle right now is going to be for that second spot, as it looks like Gary Laviolette's actually getting a run right now on Gary Nichols.
Laviolette back straight away. Peeks out. Now, I wasn't able to watch too much of practice here, but you can see the draft as he gets down into turn number 3, closes right back up to the wing of Nichols down in 3 and 4. Look at the 3 and 4 that Laviolette just pulled, and he is going to be looking for that second position as they race down the front straightaway here at AutoClub Speedway.
Lost a little bit of speed there as he ducked underneath him. He had the run. Looked like he was going to get the wing inside that rear wheel of his, but he lost some time there on the straightaway. So I'm not sure if that was a draft, just getting out into the clean air bend slowed him down a little bit on that one. So he's going to fall back just a bit now as John Alls now tries to close in on Laviolette for third.
We did have a spin off turn 4, but we stayed green. It was a 23 of J.D. Snyder. He was able to get going. Again, actually you saw him right there as the field passed by. He's down on the apron. He's able to keep it straight. We stay green.
They got a great battle right now for that second spot. Here's Laviolette now trying to work his way back up to the bumper, or I call it a bumper, the rear wing of Gary Nichols right now as he's looking on the high side. Going to make it a race. Now diving to the bottom. That's the 4th place car of John Ailes in the 114. He's to the inside of Laviolette off of 4.
They'll go side by side, wheel to wheel. Laviolette almost up into the wall, all 4 as they continue wheel to wheel all the way down into turn number 1. You see, even though they are racing pretty hard back here, they're starting to reel in your leader, William Brown.
That's the draft right there as Ailes actually washes up the track. That's going to give that position back to Laviolette.
Oh.
Now they're stacking up double file. It looks like they're going to split Ailes on the backstretch.
The 66, that is Mike Taylor. Look to the inside, thought better of it as they got down into turn number 3. Look at Gary Nichols. He has caught your leader, William Brown, down in turn number 1.
That he has. This draft is just amazing how quickly these cars can catch up to each other as that battle for third's going on behind there. But Gary Nichols, who looked like was struggling a couple laps ago, he's caught the leader. So a little interesting going on. Interesting drafting that's happening here so far in the early going.
It seems like the draft changes every lap. I don't know if that's the wind playing a factor or if it's just the line these guys are running, but it seems every lap it's a different drag effect as the battle for third got tied off of turn number 2 between Ailes and Laviolette. Caution is going to fly on the Speedway.
Big wreck in 1 and 2. It looks like the 11 of David Freeball's involved.
Upside down in turn number 2. That brings out caution number 2 here at AutoClub Speedway for the MavTV 500. As we'll take a look at the replay. Going down into turn number 1, Freeboth. He just tried to shut the door on Kernoodle, and Kernoodle had his foot in the door, and they make contact, and immediately Freeboth goes over and up and into the catch fencing. A terrible crash down in turn number 2 puts us under our second caution for the MavTV 500.
It's a spectacular wreck right there, Ben. Car's flipping, pieces and parts just flying everywhere. It's amazing. Hopefully everyone's all right.
Also involved in the wreck, Mike Ouellette in the 86. He was the car that Freeboth bounced off of that sent him up and into the wall. We'll see if Ouellette has any damage after it, but a good avoidance maneuvers behind the crash by everybody that was coming into it. Good job by those guys avoiding all of the carnage.
Pit road is open. Looks like the leader's going to head down pit road this time. William Brown and a whole bunch of everybody else is just staying out.
Gotta wonder. Didn't get a chance to talk to any of the drivers. You see, Elsie Daly is down as well as Mike Taylor. A couple out of the top 10 are down, but like I was going to say, didn't get a chance to talk to the drivers in practice, so I'm not sure as far as how the fuel run is going to be tonight, what we can do and what we can't. But you got to think that the team, the William Brown team, is already thinking fuel strategy here this early in the going at AutoClub.
Yeah, fuel strategy. I mean, what if, you know, we get these couple quick cautions here, people get all the that out of their system, all the nervousness comes out, their mindset's on racing, and now they get in here and might have a long green flag run. That's just going to get him an extra 10 or so laps here of fuel mileage in these other guys. So come 240 laps from now, you know, it might come in handy for these guys.
Certainly could. Still, we are very early in the race, not even at the 10% mark. We're working lap 13 of 250. Certainly glad you've joined us here tonight on LSRTV, the voice of sim racing. Be sure to check us out online. Go to livesimracing.com. You can see, you're checking out our schedule for all the upcoming races and when you can tune back in to your favorite league. Gary Nichols, your leader, here at MavTV 500, presented by Volt Vapes. Cleanup still continuing down in turn number 2, so the lights stay on atop the iRacing.com Ford Mustang pace car. We'll go back to the second position. John Ailes, he holds that runner-up spot for now, just outside or inside the top 3, I should say. Gary LaViolette, he is third. Fourth is Jimbo Pfeiffer. Jimbo Pfeiffer, he started 14th and has made his way up to 4th. And Richard Tillman rounds out the top 5 in the number 1. So, Andy, did you have a good weekend?
I did, Ben. A little short. It was busy Friday night. Had a couple back-to-back.
Weekends are always short when you
yeah, they're
have
too
a
short.
job.
You know? Yeah, no. Way too short. No, we did right here in LSRTV. We did a couple races on Friday night, doubleheader. So a lot of super. We did a truck race in Atlanta for the Rod Car Truck Series, and then we did the Cup cars at Talladega for the iSuper Speedway Series. So we had a couple good races there, and a lot more coming up this week. But yeah, no, that was a lot of fun Friday night, and then yeah, yesterday, and then a little work on my truck. Not my race truck.
Gotta spend time on the vehicles. Yeah, wish you had a race truck.
Yeah, I did. I wish I did. No, you know, I think putting a brake line on a race truck is probably a little bit easier than on my truck. I'll tell you that.
Spent the weekend doing what I love at a racetrack, so couldn't ask for a better weekend over here. And it sounds like you had a good weekend yourself. You can check out those 2 races that Andy was a part of on our YouTube page. Just search LSRTV. Lights go out atop the iRacing.com Ford Mustang pace car. Again, single file restarts as we are set to go back racing here in the MavTV 500, presented by Volt Vapes. Gary Nichols, John Ailes, Gary LaViolette, Jimbo Pfeiffer, Richard Tillman. That is the top 5. And I know Gary L is we'll call him Gary L. Let's go with Gary L for the remainder of the race, Andy, because I don't want to butcher his last name anymore. So Gary L is in the 60.
He'll figure it out. I'm sure he knows. I'm sure he's heard it before from other people. So we're not the first. I'm sure. La Violette. I like that.
Always fun. Always fun having a challenging last name. Pace car down the pit road as we get set for our second restart here at the MavTV 500, presented by Volt Vapes. Green flag is back in the air. We're racing again.
We are already a battle right there for that 4th spot. Looks like somebody might have missed somebody must have missed a shift right there. The number 1 car, Richard Tillman. He's gonna slow up here, and then looks like guys around him, but. Anyway, we got a battle for the lead, shipping up on the backstretch, Ben. Here he is, looking on the inside. That's John Ailes over Gary Nichols.
A huge power move down into turn number 3. John Ailes, new leader, as Gary Nichols going to have to stick to the outside. Down the front straightaway, John Ailes in the number 114, new leader. He'll lead this lap at the line.
He will lead that lap, gain about 2 or 3 car lengths now, but now the gap is starting to shrink as they enter turn number 1. Gary Nichols now on the bottom line. Here comes Gary Laviolette on the outside. He's going to make a run. He's going to be on his rear wing right now with that draft. What a huge draft right there. Dives way down to the inside, side by side for 2nd and 3.
I hate to take the battle off for the runner-up spot, but look at the 74, the 101, a huge hornet's nest right here behind them, a big pack, and then there's another pack right behind these guys. 5 guys running within a second of each other.
Yeah, what an amazing job. This is for 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th place right now. 2 rows of side-by-side right now. Some guys pushing up into each other. One guy almost getting in a wall now, Ben. That's amazing racing right now.
That one guy that almost got into the wall, that was your early leader, William Brown. He's working the outside. You see him in the 24. Up there, he's to the outside of Adam Hawks in the 50 now as they work off of turn number 4. Brown trying to work his way back up through the field. They continue to battle side by side, wheel to wheel. Down the front straightaway, give it to Brown, had it at the line, but Hawks looking to get it down in turn number 1. There's contact behind those guys between the 71 and the 555 of Daly, and now look at this. We're going to have 3 wide down the back straightaway with Taylor on the inside.
Taylor has stuck way down to the inside as he almost got hit in the wheels there by Elsie Daly.
Daly gets tapped and almost gets into the wall. I think he might have tapped it, and look at this. They're going to have to check up on the front straightaway. There's almost a collision there. Good avoidance by all the drivers keeping out of the 50 or the 555. That could have easily been a caution, but we stay green.
That's some good heads-up drive. That's some good heads-up driving right there. Been able to not run into the back of them there with that slow car. I mean, these guys break momentum just the slightest a bit. With these other guys running 225 miles an hour coming up on you, it's going to be, it's got to come up on you quick, even if you're doing 180.
So everybody trying to get single file into a rhythm. Oh, there's a car in the wall. Big crash on the back straightaway. Big crash on the back straightaway. A terrible crash down into turn number 3. That's Barrington in the 002. He continues to barrel roll into the fence, and the caution is going to fly. So to caution out, and there was a lot going on there.
Yes.
Brian Bennett in the 71 was running behind William Brown in the 24. Brown got into the wall. Bennett followed him up. Bennett was checking up. While he was doing so, Barrington got into the wall, started to bounce, and then comes across the racetrack, gets hit by the 555, and then he goes up the racetrack again, then gets hit, and then that's when the flipping begins for the Barrington machine.
I don't think I can count that high, Ben, of how many flips and barrel rolls he did going down the back straightaway. Oh my.
So caution out for the 3rd time after our 2nd nasty crash of the evening. Elsie Daly is involved in the 555. It was Timothy Schultz in the 202 also got a piece of it. And we got some action on pit road, Andy.
John Ailes, the race leader, he came down, brought a lot of vehicles with him also. Some guys stayed out, some guys at pit last time. So yeah, this is amazing, Ben. What a wreck. There's at least 6-7 cars involved in that one right there, and wow, I'm just amazed how many times he flipped.
And we had an incident under caution. Tom Drayling was catching up to the field and almost made contact with J.D. Snyder. J.D. Snyder in the 23, 36 of Drayling. Don't know, it might be too late for a replay, but he was catching up to the field, and my goodness, that was a close call. He had to go through the grass. And we won't get a replay of this. Is under caution. Right when Andy was talking about the leaders were just coming out of the pit road when Drayling was catching up to the guys that stayed out. And what a close call. That could have easily been a big crash right there under caution.
Yeah, and it doesn't take much with these cars, Ben. As you can see, these two big wrecks we had, all the pieces that just come apart on this car and this carbon fiber body. So, yeah, it doesn't take much. You just bump somebody with that wing, and you're going to have to get in and replace it.
Let's reset the field. Adam Hawks, your new leader. He is at the number 50. At the number 20, Michael Wood. He is up to the second spot. William Brown, early leader in the 24. He is up to third. Jared Morgan in the 96. He is up to fourth. He started 28th at the start of this race. And Scott Wanbaugh is in the 75. He is fifth.
So John Ailes, race leader when the caution came out, he's going to restart sixth, Ben. So only a few guys stayed out. So for Ailes, it's not too bad. He's gonna be all right, I think, on this one. He'll get up a couple more spots here probably once we get back to racing here with those fresh tires. But yeah, some good strategy by a bunch of guys now. The ones who pit last caution stayed out this time. So everybody's on different strategy right now. Everybody's on a different fuel run. So it's just gonna pan out to be something interesting, unless we get about a 30-lap run here, and then you might see everybody back on pit road.
The MavTV 500 is presented by Volt Vapes. Be sure to check them out at voltvapes.com for all of your vaping needs. Again, that is voltvapes.com. Proud sponsor of MavTV 500. So the lights do go out at the top. DIRacing.com Ford Mustang pace car as we get set to crank them up for another restart. And Andy, you got to keep thinking. We're just at the 10% mark complete here, or 1/10, as some people like to say. These drivers, race director needs to get in there and be like, hey, we still got a long way to go. Calm it down just a little bit. Wait till about the 150 mark before you start getting a little wild.
Let's settle down, fellas. Let's settle down. Let's get this thing right. Nah, they'll be all right. Listen, things happen, and that last one there, he got in the wall a little bit. It wasn't too bad. I'm talking about the 002 of Trenton Barrington. When he got into the wall a little bit, he just lose control. He came down the track a little bit, and that's when the melee happened. So when there's a lot of cars around you, there's things like that are going to happen. And other than that, if there weren't many cars around him, we'd still be green right now. So, just small little minor incidents, accidents, as we like to say. Those kind of things happen, and you just got to shake them off, make sure you get your car right. And the guys that are still in it here, we still got 20 cars still on the lead lap, so we're in for a good race here.
If we could shake it off, we would make Taylor Swift happy. Pace car down the pit road. Field in the hands of Adam Hawks. He's in the gas. We're back racing in the MavTV 500.
Yeah, he's not wasting any time right there, Ben, with about a half a second jump on the field right there. I think Michael Woods and William Brown were caught sleeping. There's a battle for seconds, heating up side by side, coming off turn number 2.
Oh, Brown got on the apron. He's going to spin it out on the back straightaway. Brown through the infield. We're still green as Brown gets it regrouped. Loses a slew of positions And the green flag is still out. We're still underway here in the MavTV 500.
That's what we call a controlled spin right there, Ben. Able to not collect anybody else, get the thing right at the right direction. And William Brown, I should say, he's got a lot of work headed out to him, but that's going to move up Jared Morgan now to that third spot there. He's trying to reel in Michael Woods as they go down the back straightaway.
Good battle between Kennedy and Gary L. 68-101 down in turn number 3. That's for the 9th spot. Kennedy has it now. Gary L. drops back to the 10th spot. Another move up front. John Ells works the outside groove as one ball in the 75. Looks low, and then right behind them, Gary Nichols in the 8. He's going to look to the outside of one ball as they go down to the back straightaway. Nichols going to try and snag that 5th position away. Can he do it down in turn number 4? One ball cannot make the bottom work. Nichols makes the outside work and takes the top 5 spot down the front stretch.
Takes the top 5 spot, and he also takes the draft to John Ailes as they head back into turn number 1. Looks like Nichols, he's going to try it for the inside move now. He's on the inside of Ailes here off of turn number 2. He's going to have him cleared. He's going to slide up into the front of him now. Now let's see if Ailes can get some of his draft. He does, and he's going to battle back. Kind of look to the outside. Not going to make it happen into 3.
Nichols looks like he has some speed. If these guys can get single file and work together, he might be able to lead that rally up to the top 3 spots as they work down the front straightaway. You see Ailes peeks out to the outside. Look at the run that Pfeiffer has. He caught those guys like they were sleeping, and the caution's going to fly again here in the MavTV 500. It is Freiboth in the number 11. Kernoodle and Freiboth again. So slight contact with those guys down in turn number 4. So those two make the contact, Freebeth and Kernoodle. That brings out our 4th caution. "31 laps complete here at AutoClub Speedway for the MavTV 500, presented by Volt Vapes. You are watching LSRTV, the voice of sim racing. We're going to take a quick commercial break, and we'll return right after this.
Did you know that Lion's sense of vision is so powerful, it actually enables nearby creatures to see better? Here we see lions assisting the offspring of others, while their parents are elsewhere in the wild. Brilliant, isn't it? Making the wild kingdom look much better indeed. Do good, be a lion.
Trucking has always been a part of me. It started years ago when my dad and granddad were hauling vegetables to market in Liverpool. The family immigrated to Canada in the late 60s and settled near Alliston, Ontario. I bought my first truck in 1982 and Mercer Trucking was born. Today, Mercer Trucking has over 50 trucks in terminals in Toronto and Los Angeles. Our storage facilities at both terminals can handle any size of distribution needs throughout North America. We service the continental U.S., including Hawaii and Alaska. We run over 120,000 miles per month and some of the best equipment on the road today. We specialize in less than truckload shipments, show freight, we do rush team service deliveries, and haul your refrigerated or heated product. Our regular team service from Canada to California is second to none, and our staff and drivers are among the best in the business. I'm proud of our people and what they can achieve. Trucking is in my blood, it's my livelihood, and it's what I do best.
Welcome back to AutoClub Speedway, the MavTV 500, presented by Volt Vapes in the Pacific Motors. Be sure to join us tomorrow night live over here on LSRTV. Andy, the RSR Auto Cup Series take on Bristol Motor Speedway.
That'll be exciting, and I think after last week's race, they had a couple rookies to RSR finish 1-2 there. Dave Washington had the big win last week, so yeah, Bristol Motor Speedway. It's gonna be fun with those cars.
Certainly always put on a good show in the Full Throttle Cup Series. And again, you can catch that live right here on the Voice of Sim Racing tomorrow night. We have the one to go signal. We'll run you through the top 5 real quick as we get set to go back racing here to MavTV 500 presented by Volt Vapes. Adam Hawks is your leader. Michael Wood sits second at the number 20. The number 96 is Jared Morgan, who sits third. The number 8, Gary Nichols, he sits fourth, and the 114 is John Ailes. He rounds out the top 5.
I'm really liking what we've seen, Ben, with the green flag racing, the drafting. It's just amazing the run these cars can get on these straightaways off the corners.
No, it certainly is, and we've seen some interesting moves on the restart. I can't wait to see what happens on this one as the pace car is set to make that hard left-hand turn down on the pit road. There you see it. Almost got on 2 wheels there. Who's driving a pace car tonight? Green flag back in the air.
Real good jump by Adam Hawks as they head back into turn number 1. He's got about a 7/10 of a second lead on the field right now as the battle for seconds heating up. Michael Wood had the bottom lane open, kind of shut the door on Jared Morgan. Jared Morgan then lost some momentum there. Gary Nichols now is going to make that a battle for third.
Nichols in the 8 to the inside of Morgan down in 3. Nichols, can he secure that position off turn 4? He does. Gary Nichols works his way just inside the top 3. We'll go up to Hawks, your leader. He got a good start, but not as good as the previous leaders on the previous restarts. Look at this, the top 3 all tail nose down into turn number 3. Nichols to the inside of Wood. Give him that spot off 2.
Yeah, really dove it down into that corner, kind of pushed up and slid right in front of Michael Wood. Wood had to slow down. That loses his momentum. Now Jared Morgan's coming back into the picture. He's looking to the inside of Wood. That's the battle for third.
They get single file. Now Nichols sets his sights on Hawks as they go down into turn number 1. Hawks is your leader. Nichols second, Wood is third, Morgan is 5th. Ailes sits, Morgan is 4th, Ailes sits 5th. 5th is, let me try it again. Ailes is 5th, Pfeiffer sits 6th, and he's holding off Scott Wanbaugh in the 75, at least for now. Back up front. battle shaping up for the lead as Gary Nichols reels in Hawks down the front straightaway. Does he catch him at the right time, or does he have to try and regroup and try it again? Down in 2, you see him push up, loses a little bit of momentum with the push. These cars, when you get right on the rear end of the guy in front of you, you see him start to just push up the racetrack. You got to make your move at the right time as Nichols slings down to the inside, giving the lead off turn 4.
Power move by Nichols right there through 3 and 4. It's going to give him the lead over Hawks. But Hawks is now battling back with that draft. He's starting to close back in on the rear wing right now as they head into turn number 1. Wood lost some momentum last time off turn 4. He's trying to get back up in with this fight. But off of turn number 2, Nichols now still your leader. He's looking with about a 3-car length lead.
Hawks not going to give up. Back to the outside. He'll swing down to the bottom. Perfect arc down in turn number 4 for Hawks. Can he get the run down the straightaway he needs? He does. Here comes Hawks closing back in on Nichols. We're going to have another swap for the lead by the time they get out of 2. Oh, there's contact between the two. Nichols up the racetrack. Looks okay from here, but we'll see how they react as the run goes on. Wood catches Nichols. He's bringing Morgan with him. That'll be a battle for the runner-up spot.
And now to the outside is Wood. Wood's to the outside of Morgan right now off turn number 4. Gets way high, almost gets into the wall right there. Able to maintain his momentum. They're wheel to wheel down the front straightaway. A great battle for second now as they head back into turn number 1.
Wood not able to keep the car planted at a racetrack up high. He loses momentum off of 2. Nichols back out in front. He takes that second spot, but Wood sets him up again. Gets the draft down into turn number 3. Gonna look high again. Front straightaway. Wood, good run off 4. Where does he go? Does he go to the inside, to the outside? Or does he have enough momentum as they go down to the 1? He can't make the move.
Can't make the move right there. Backs off just a little bit as they enter turn number 1. He's going to push up the racetrack now. Get real close to that wall. That's going to get Jared Morgan back into the picture. He's going to look to the inside of Wood now as they head down the back straightaway and back into turn number 3.
The one of Richard Tillman has a scare on the back straightaway. He's trying to get back up to speed. Got loose down in turn number 1. Almost spun the car out. They saved it somehow or another at 180 mile an hour. Now the caution is out. It's 99 of Stowe. Remember, he had the problems on the restart. He tags the apron and spins it out off of 4. Gets it. We'll get the replay up. It looks like he might have had some contact with the 24 of Brown. If it was just slight. But somehow no other cars were collected off of turn number 4. Some close calls, but a great job by everybody else behind him avoiding him.
I'll tell you, the downforce package in these cars, man, they stick so hard to the ground, but yet the tightest little touch and they're around, so it's rather interesting.
Gotta love it. This puts us under our 5th caution of the night. Here at MavTV 500, presented by Volt Vapes. We are working lap number 44 of 250. And it's just about time we see our leaders head down to pit road. We'll see if they do so. And here they come. Hawks leads the group in. We'll see who stays out. Pfeiffer's going to stay out. And a 00. Everybody else into the pits. Andy, quick rundown on the pit road so we got a pit road report.
I'm almost there.
So we'll see how this jumbles up the field, as we did have a couple guys stay out. John L's gonna Els is going to be second, as Pfeiffer has the internet connection problems in the 00. Els is second. Third will go to Donovan Jones. Gary L will be fourth, and Brian Bennett's going to round out the top 5 if Pfeiffer can get the internet fixed there. Fifth caution of the night. And field a little jumbled up after some of the leaders went down on the pit road. Brian Bennett, the 71, who runs 5th right now, has run the fastest lap of the race. And you'll see that, Andy, about mid-pack to the tail end of the pack. Those guys have got the most draft, and they'll be turning the fastest laps. They just can't get too close together, or you see the aerodynamic push off the turns like we've seen a couple times already.
Yeah, we have seen that. And, you know, even in driving them, I think as the tires wear out, these guys got to burp the throttle a little bit getting into turn number 1 just to get that run off the corner, because that's where all the momentum is the speed down the front and back straightaways. So the crucial part of the corners is definitely center off. So it's all about how you get in the corner. We saw a bunch of guys, William Brown on that last run there. We saw him a few times. Just it seemed like he drove in too hard into the corner, and it kind of washed him up then and lost all his momentum down the back straightaway, and that was why a bunch of guys were able to get around him on that last run we had. So it's definitely a tricky way, and you got to really fine tune it. You got plenty of laps to figure it out by the end, but there's definitely, you can see it in all these guys. All have a different way of how they want to enter these corners too. Some enter it high, some just stay right there on that bottom. So be interested to see which one is the better line, which one has the better strategy as this thing unfolds.
So we continue to work to caution, and I've got a question for you. Have you ever tried vaping?
No, Ben.
No. Do you want to try vaping?
Sure. What is it? I'll try anything.
All you gotta do, head over to voltvapes.com. Pick out the package that best suits you. They got a huge variety of flavors that you can add to your vaping machine. And that's voltvapes.com, a proud sponsor of the MavTV 500. So the lights out. It's for another restart. MavTV 500 presented by Volt Vapes. Single file restarts here tonight at AutoClub Speedway. As the pace car, we're having too much fun up here in the rocket booth. Pace car gets sense to pull on down the pit road. Field in control. Jimbo Pfeiffer, green flag is in the air. We're back racing in the MavTV 500.
John Ailes actually got a really good start right there. He timed it pretty well, Ben. It's been probably the best restart of a second place driver we've seen in the last couple right now as they head through turn number 1 and 2. And off of 2, John Ailes actually going to push up just a little bit, but he's all over that rear wing. He can taste that draft right now from Pfeiffer as they head back into turn number 3.
Battle for 4th. Well, it's going to be a quick battle. Gary L gets passed by the 71 of Brian Bennett down in turn number 4. Bennett works his way up to 4th as Els is going to be looking to the outside of Pfeiffer down the front straightaway. Els going to be a little bit patient and as he works on the rear wing at a 0-0 off turn number 2.
As Ailes actually falls back a little bit right there, lost a little bit of momentum through the corner like we just talked about. Ailes he's been up front all night long, Ben, so he's got something figured out over most of these guys because he's the name we've seen up front the most out of all of them, even with the strategies. I think the worst place he started was about 6th, I believe. So Ailes right now with the draft, he's really pulled back up onto that wing as they head back to 1.
He is 6 miles per hour faster when you can see him start to close on Pfeiffer. That's how big the draft is here at AutoClub Speedway, and we talked about it on the last run. You got to set the guy up in front of you. You can't just, this isn't like a stock car. You can't pass him when you get ready to. You got to set it up for a couple laps, and then you actually have got to initiate the pass once you get to his rear wing, which is another challenging thing to do.
Oh, it absolutely is, Ben. We're on board right now with the 68 of Gary Laviolette here. He's trying to chase down the 71 of Brian Bennett right in front of him here. He's sitting 5th right now as they head back into turn number 3.
Really get a feel for the speed with the onboard camera. You can see how quick the wall comes up off of turn 4 there. It almost leaves us speechless sometimes up here in the booth as we watch these Indy cars race around the big ovals like AutoClub and the Michigan, Pocono, another one. They just put on some great racing. It's not the racing we're used to with stock car, like I mentioned a little bit earlier, but it's certainly its own unique form of racing, and it is really exciting. Good battle. Heating up for the 7th spot. Nichols and Prentice, 227 of Prentice is down on the inside. He's going to push up a little bit as Nichols tries to prevail back on the outside. Nichols up by the wall. Look at this. We got a pack right here. 2 by 2, and they're going to split Prentice down in turn number 3. This may get tight.
Yeah, Prentice on the middle side right now. It looks like the 50 of Hawk decides to back it down a little bit there and pull in behind him in line, but Prentice, he was about to get split 3 wide there as they're still side by side just behind him.
Hawks works the outside. That's Morgan there on the inside. Prentice leads that small group for now. Hawks in the 50 will clear Morgan, 96 off of turn number 2. Now Michael Wood in the 20. He's going to be looking to take that 10th spot away from Morgan as they get down into turn number 3.
It is about 1 car width above the white line is Wood. Wood now with a big run off of turn number 4 at the stripe. He's all over that rear wing right now of Morgan. He's going to back off a little bit as they come back into turn number 1 here, set himself up for maybe a run off the corner. He's got Andy Kennedy in the 101 right behind him, though, looking to pounce also.
Sort of a traffic jam occurring right
at 220 miles an hour.
Yeah, 220 mile an hour traffic jam as Kennedy to the inside of Wood, off 4. Wood up close and personal with the front straightaway wall. Kennedy can't do anything down on the bottom, and Wood will clear him back. That is for the 11th spot.
Wood now trying to hold off Kennedy. Kennedy with another good run off turn number 2. He's actually going to get a little wiggly right there. Move back up in line. Get that draft back going again. Scott Wambach, he's now moved his way into the picture. We got a 6-car battle right here, Ben, and that's all for that 7th spot. Or excuse me, 8th spot.
Rank's heating up. Yep, as Prentice has Some pressure from Hawks. Hawks sitting outside for the 8th spot down in turn number 1. What's going to happen here? Pretus enters low. Hawks is up high. Hawks, does he pull a Gilcrease crossover? Yeah, he does. Hawks to the inside of Pretus for 8th and 3.
Wheel to wheel now as they head back into turn number 3. Hawks to the inside. He's going to clear Pretus. Up, and we have caution. Looks like the 1 car, Tillman, he's involved off of turn number 2.
Tillman upside down on the back straightaway. Another vicious crash here at AutoClub Speedway. And terrible crash as he gets into the catch fencing as well. Our 3rd nasty crash of the night to put us under our 6th caution. And that happened when they were trying to go 3 wide. We've seen it. It's just a hard thing to do going 220 miles an hour.
We get all that wind and, you know, swirling up from all these cars at the hole that they're punching into the airbed, and when you're 3 wide like that, that guy in the middle, there's literally nothing on either side holding that car from spinning out. There's no wind, no pressure, you should say, because it's all on those other 2 cars on the outside as pit road's open, and we got some more leaders heading down pit road.
Best way to describe that feeling to a non-racer is if you're going down the interstate and you're behind a semi, you feel your car start to wiggle back and forth. That's what they feel, except for it's about 10 times worse and at 220 mile an hour.
Exactly, in a car that weighs about 2,000 pounds.
Yeah. if that gives you any idea. It's not an easy task to run 3 wide in an Indy car. Some of the leaders come down pit road. That leaves Brian Bennett in the 71. He's going to be our leader.
Now, Pfeiffer had a heck of a stop right there.
Yeah. 8-second pit stop for Pfeiffer. Leaves him, or puts him out in front of the rest of the guys that did pit. And we'll wait for the field to cycle around to see where he's going to be scored. Like we said, Bennett going to be your leader. Then it's going to be Gary Nichols in 2nd. Adam Hawks will be 3rd. Jared Moore going to be 4th. And Michael Wood will round out the top 5. Caution number 6 so far tonight here at AutoClub Speedway for the MavTV 500 presented by Volt Vapes. You're watching LSRTV, the voice of sim racing. We're going to take care of some bills, so we'll be back right after this.
Truex in the outside, contact made, 56 slides it at a 4, who's going to be at the stripe, dead even, give it to Ryan Truex. Truex is your winner over Tandy. It's been a very long off season. Teams have changed, sponsors have changed, colors and all, but one thing that hasn't, they like to mash the loud pedal. Green flag is out on the 2015 NASCAR Peak Antifreeze Series season.
iRacing is the ideal platform for these broadcasts because we have the best racers, the best online racers in the world, and we have such a variety of racing, from NASCAR to Grand Prix style racing, sports car, endurance racing. We do it all.
Since 2010, the iRacing.com World Championship Grand Prix Series has been the absolute pinnacle of road racing in a simulated form. Great start then by Yakoda from the front. They're packing up behind number one. They're going to be 4 wide as they come down into turn number 1 for the first time. Will they make it through that first corner? You can see them funneling through the center S's. It looks as though everyone is just about made it through. We have got ourselves some contact though, Rachel.
Side by side going into turns 3 and 4. Humpy's got the advantage, but Ottinger's not going to.
Oh, he got into him!
Ottinger gets into the 58, turns right into him, and that ends Ottinger's run.
We do a lot of live broadcasts now. Every Tuesday is
Welcome back to
NASCAR
AutoClub
night,
Speedway. Green
alternating
flag is
Tuesdays
back
we
out
do-
in the air. The MavTV 500 presented by Volt Vapes. We're back racing.
There we are. Bennett got a great restart right there. Pulled out way ahead of Gary Nichols. Gary Nichols, who started on the pole, he's worked his way all the way back up to second now. Can he get his bearings back together here after that almost falling asleep during that restart? Kind of fell back, and right now he's got a little bit of pressure from Hawks as they exit turn 4.
Pressure from Hawks, and Hawks has pressure from Morgan. Hawks now to the inside of Nichols down into turn number 1. Hawks, Nichols, wheel to wheel. Hawks, oh, he cleared him out. Nichols back to the inside. What a move by Nichols in 1.
Yeah, what a power move right there off of turn number 2. He's going to slide up right in front of Hawks now. Hawks with the big run now. He's going to look to the inside. Battling back and forth. Slingshot after slingshot. Here they go back into turn number 3. They're still wheel to wheel.
Hawks clears him again. Does Nichols try and slingshot back around down the front straightaway? He's got to run. Where's he go? Inside or outside? He chooses the outside as they head back down into the turn. Nichols and Hawks wheel to wheel. Nichols not going to have the momentum he needs to power around the outside. We'll see if he can regroup and try again on the back straightaway. That's the battle for the runner-up spot.
And a battle it is right now as Nichols now dives to the inside again on Hawks as they enter turn number 3. Nichols clears him now. A car length, 2 car lengths now. Now Hawks has got to reel this thing in. He's going to wash up the track just a little bit, lose some momentum as Jared Morgan watches on from 4th.
So they finally calm it down as Nichols secures the 2nd place for now. Hawks up the racetrack in 1 and 2. Morgan able to close right back up to his rear wing. That's the battle for 3rd as the caution will fly again here at AutoClub Speedway. And it's for the 114 of John Els. Els gets the bump from the 74 of Donovan Jones. Els up and into the wall. That puts us under our 7th caution so far here tonight at AutoClub Speedway. As we get the replay up for you guys. John Hill's pretty hard contact as he backed it into the wall. We'll have to come down on the pit road. And if anything, at least get a brand new rear wing.
Tough break for Ailes. Been up front all night long up until this last restart. Some contact under caution. contact as they're getting on pit road there. So we're working caution under lap number 67 right now. Brian Bennett chose to stay out on this round of pit stops. He's going to continue to be your leader. Gary Nichols also stayed out. He's going to be right behind him in second in that 8 car. In the 50 of Adam Hawks, he'll restart third. Jimbo Pfeiffer is going to be fourth. And rounding out your top 5 right now, the 24, William Brown, who's worked his way back up. About to complete lap number 67. Got our commentator Ben at a little mic issue here. We're trying to plug him back in.
I told you not to bring your kid, Andy. I told you not to bring your kid.
It's daddy daycare up here in the booth, so of course my son here unplugs Ben's mic.
Oh, but you still gotta love him.
Well, you have to.
Yeah, it's a requirement.
So they say.
As we work our 7th caution of the night. Certainly do want to thank you for tuning in and watching the MavTV 500 presented by Volt Vapes on LSRTV, the voice of sim racing, and we encourage you to join us back tomorrow night. The RSR Full Throttle Cup Series takes on Bristol Motor Speedway. It's Bristol, baby, and we'll see if the rookies Dave Washington and Dylan Jones can upset the field again like they did this past weekend.
Yeah, they left a couple of people speechless, I guess, is what I heard. But
yeah, it's just a couple of no-names coming in and taking home the prize.
So yeah, that was pretty good. I can't wait to watch this week's race, man. I'm definitely gonna be tuning in for that.
Lights out on the iRacing.com Ford Mustang pace car. As we get set for another restart here in the MavTV 500. Working lap number 69 right now, coming to 70. Still well over 150 laps left. Top 5, it's Bennett, Nichols, Hawks, Pfeiffer. Drelling has worked his way back into the top 5. As the field works their way through 3 and 4, pace car is going to head on down to the pit road. field and control of Brian Bennett. Green flag is back in the air. We're racing again in the MavTV 500.
Another good start by Brian Bennett. He's pulled out to about a 6-7 car length lead now over Gary Nichols as they head back into turn number 1. Adam Hawks, he's been able to get a decent restart also. He's going to be within striking distance of Nichols as they exit turn number 2.
Everybody, the much calmer restart that go around as one ball. Bill got a battle for 4th, healing up. It's Pfeiffer and trailing right behind those guys. Olette and Wamball going at it, 75-86. A gaggle of cars from about 6th on back. A pack starting to form right there as they send it off into 1.
Yeah, Predis is leading that charge. He's caught up to the back bumper of Olette right now. And look at him push up the track. Predis almost real close to the wall right there. Him and Mike Taylor both kind of overdrove it, I think, into turn number 1 and 2 and ended up losing a ton of momentum right now. So they dropped back just a bit over behind Tom Drilling.
Meanwhile, for 3rd, Pfeiffer has caught Hawks. 3-car battle right there. Pfeiffer to the inside in 1 and 2. They'll go side by side. Pfeiffer, can he clear him off too? No. Hawks fights back on the outside. Hawks is actually going to clear him before they get back down into turn number 3.
It's kind of odd to see him get a run like that on the high side there as now Pfeiffer looks back to the inside. He's got a wing on the rear of Hawks there as Hawks now just clears him barely now off of the corner down the front straightaway back into turn number 1. And watching this all unfold as Tom Drailing sitting there in the 5th spot.
Pfeiffer Hawks continuing to go at it for that 3rd spot. Drailing doesn't know who to help, where to go. We might see him stick it 3 wide before this battle's done and over with. Pfeiffer again down in 4. He got a good run there, but Hawks has the momentum from the outside and continues to stay wheel-to-wheel with Pfeiffer as they head back down into 1 again.
Into turn number 1, Drelling now up on the back bumper of Hawks as Pfeiffer now finally clears him. Hawks now going to drop to the bottom. Not quite as Pfeiffer slides right up in front of him. Now Hawks gets a wicked run. Now here he comes down to the inside. Now put him back on the inside now as they head back to turn number 3.
An aggressive slingshot down the back straightaway puts Hawks back in the 3rd spot. Pfeiffer gets the run off 4. Where does he go? Inside or outside? He chooses the outside down the front straightaway. Pfeiffer, Hawks, they continue to swap the 3rd spot as we work lap number 75.
Pfeiffer way high on the track, almost 3 grooves up to the top now, trying to get a run on the high side. Looks like he has it now as he really closes in now. Now they're wheel-to-wheel with Hawks on the inside. Hawks in the 50 car. He's on the inside lane as Drilling still looking on from behind.
While those guys continue to swap that position, Brian Bennett has lost the lead to Gary Nichols, and now Bennett actually closing back in on Nichols as they get down into turn number 1. Battle for the lead has been shaping up, but we've been keeping our eye on a battle for 3rd because it is just so good. We don't want to miss a minute of it as Pfeiffer again to the inside of Hawks. He'll swap it again before they get to the front stretch.
That's right, turn number 3 and 4 now. Here comes Drilling now. He's going to look to the inside of Hawks. Going to get a run off of turn number 4. Drilling now. He's got a run. He's got a wing on the inside now of Hawks as they come across this stripe. This time Pfeiffer pulling away just a bit as these two battle side by side into 1.
So Pfeiffer might have him cleared, might have Hawks cleared for a few laps now. As just behind those guys. Good battle for that 6th spot. Olette and Predis going at it. Olette works the outside. Predis on the bottom there, the 227. Predis, let's go. He was up by the wall. Keeps it out of it. And we stay green as Brian Bennett has pitted from the 2nd spot.
Yeah, it sounds like communication I'm getting. It sounds like a fuel thing, so not sure if he stayed out too long or what's going on with him, but he had to come down pit road. Looks like maybe a scheduled stop is now Hawks He's on the battle again now with Tom Drailing. Drailing on the outside, Hawks to the inside. Drailing fighting back hard as here comes Ouellette. Ouellette's now getting into the picture. It's a real good battle right now for third.
Pack starting to form right around that third spot. Drailing has it for now. Ouellette has worked his way through the field, sits fourth now. Now back to fifth. Now back up to fourth. Oh, he gets loose off a 2. Oh, my goodness. He just saved an Indy car at 200 mile an hour. Wow, what a scare.
Right there. We'll look at a replay of that coming off the corner right there with Hawks to his inside, too. I mean, what a save right there. And Hawks, very, very aggressive move by Hawks, too. He saw it coming, so he dropped down another lane and gave him the room that he needed to keep that thing straight.
Whew, that is something you just don't do every day. Save an Indy car like Ouellette just did. My goodness. That was some wheeling and dealing on the back straightaway. Get the replay there. Just what a save by Ouellette as a caution is now out. 8th time tonight here in the MavTV 500.
Looks like the 0-0-2.
It is for Trenton Barrington. 002. Oh, he got put in the wall. Gets put in the wall.
Whoa. Oh, now he's in the wreck again here, Ben, under caution.
Oh, and a huge crash under caution.
He had some damage, Ben, and just tried to get on the gas to, get him to the field to get back to pit road, and that car just turned right.
And just the 66 Taylor just had nowhere to go and barrel rolls. As we get the replay, again, this is under caution. A vicious crash under caution.
Yeah, he had to have something break on his steering or something there, Ben, on that right side, because that, I mean...
Wow.
Man, that was crazy.
For the 8th time. That was, it's in a full moon tonight here in California.
It's a beautiful night though, Ben.
Couldn't have asked for a better night for racing. No threat of rain, which is kind of unbelievable. Anytime, most likely if your town is not having a good year as far as the rainfall goes, producer is blaring Taylor Swift in my ear. But usually if your town is needing some rain, just bring a NASCAR or an IndyCar race over to town, and they'll bring the rain with them.
That's how it works. No, beautiful night, 85 degrees, Ben. Just perfect race weather, perfect for the fans to watch this. So. Well, Ben, pit road was open. We saw Nichols, who was the leader. He came down pit road. Looks like he's going to line back up 10th here, so a few guys ahead of him stayed out, but continuing to be more different strategy by all these guys. with each caution that comes out. But so Nichols decided to come in to get some tires, get some fuel.
Yeah, these cautions have really jumbled up the field. Each time one flies, Pfeiffer should be getting close to a pit stop, maybe on the next caution or so. We've had 11 lead changes so far. Now that's just at the line.
Yeah, I guess I count all the swaps.
We've probably had 20 or so throughout the whole racetrack, or throughout the whole race. They just count them at the line, and there's no telling how many other passes we've had, because just about every time you look up, there's another car slingshotting another one and then pulling a slide job, and then the other car going to slingshot back around. It's just been some phenomenal racing here tonight in the MavTV 500.
Yeah, definitely not disappointing as far as the racing part of it goes. Jimbo Pfeiffer, he's still going to be our leader here, Ben, and looking for a pretty good restart. We got a few guys back up top. Another guy, Jared Morgan, there started 28, sitting third right now. So a lot of different strategies. Everything gets jumbled up. We still got 18 cars on the lead lap here. So
Pfeiffer, Wood, Morgan, Kennedy, Ailes. That is the top 5. Now remember, Ailes was just involved. He brought out our 7th caution, and he is back up into the 5th spot. Good job by that team.
that did some great work on the pit road, getting a new rear wing on that thing after he backed it into the wall. So
here we go. Set for another restart as lights are out atop the iRacing.com Ford Mustang pace car. Field going to be in the hands of a Jimbo Pfeiffer as they come off of turn number 4. Again, we're glad you've joined us tonight here at LSRTV, and now I just got Rick rolled in my ear. Pace car driver set to head down on the pit road. I'll find some payback. Pace car down pit road.
Courier, that's all.
Yeah, Pfeiffer is in the gas. We're back racing. Good restart for Wood, who sits second. He timed it perfectly.
Yeah, he did. Morgan, he got a pretty good restart also, and so did Andy Kennedy and John Ailes. So all these guys right here on third on back, so a real good battle here off of turn number 2.
Awesome. Real good racing mid-pack around the 8th spot. Some position swapping going on. And now they get singled out.
I was going to say, we got to keep our eye on Gary Nichols there. He started 10th. He's still running 10th right now, but he just passed a couple guys on that back straightaway, so lost a couple spots on his restart, but here he comes now. He's going to battle hard. He's going to get around the 46 there as he almost gets in the wall. That's Chad Yoshitomi.
So Nichols will set his sights on Brown. Next car right in front of him. Let's go back up to the battle for the lead as Wood is looking to the outside of Pfeiffer on the front stretch. Couldn't do anything there. He falls down to the bottom in turn number 2. He'll have to try again.
On board
with Wood.
Sorry, man. On board with him now as he get that draft as they head back into turn number 3. He's going to get right up to that rear wing there, drift up now. Looks like he mistimed his entrance or something right there. Drifted up in the center of the corner. Back in the gas though. Here he comes down the back, down the front straightaway. Excuse me, across the line into turn number 1. What a draft he got right there. Close back up on the rear wing.
Again, it's like a 200-mile-an-hour game of chess. You got to set your moves up a few laps before you initiate them, and then you have to initiate them. He's doing that just right now as they head down the back straightaway. Jimbo Pfeiffer bump him back to second and bump Michael Woods to the lead in turn 4.
Michael Wood now, he's got the lead. He's going to lead a lap here. So here comes Jimbo Pfeiffer now. He's going to get sucked right back up to that rear wing right now as Both of these guys have pulled way away from John Ailes there, sits in third, almost over a second behind these.
Ailes leads Morgan and Kennedy. That's a small little group there. Then we'll go back to the 6th place. Donovan Johns just gets passed by Adam Hawks, and now Nichols is looking to get around Johns as well as they go down the front straightaway. Johns is looking to the inside of Hawks. Nichols is going to stick it 3 wide through the middle. No, he thinks better of it on the front stretch, and they'll go down into turn number 1. Hawks is high, so Nichols will stick his nose down in there, and now Nichols going to take that position away from Hawks as Johns gets into the wall.
Wow, John's really pushed up into the wall there off of turn number 2. Nichols is going to get 2 spots just in that little short bit of time right there, through 3, and now off of turn number 4. Hawks, now he's chasing down Nichols, as it looks like Johns has gathered everything back in, and now William Brown now is looking out from the back. He's chasing these guys down.
Kennedy got a horrible run off of turn number 4. Nichols was able to catch him. Now Nichols tagged the apron. He's going to push up. Had to check up or he would have got into Nichols. Looking to move to Hawks. Puts on the Nichols machine down the back straightaway. He's below the apron.
Yeah, Nichols trying to force him way down there. And quite frankly, Hawks said, that's fine, I'll go down here. He goes down there. Now he's looking to the inside of Kennedy. Now off of turn number 4. That's Andy Kennedy. We haven't talked much about him. He's in that 5th spot. Here comes Nichols all battling hard. Looks like he's going to have Hawks clear. Now he's going to get on the inside of Andy Kennedy. That's the battle for 5th.
Can he clear Kennedy off of turn number 2? Kennedy fights back as we are on board with the Hawks machine. He sees these guys right out of his front end. And Kennedy able to clear Nichols down into turn number 3, but can't shut the door on him just yet. Nichols again off turn 4, puts the power down. Can he clear Kennedy into 1? He does down the front straightaway. Bump Kennedy up, Nichols up to 5th. Kennedy back to 6th. Now Kennedy back down to the inside of Nichols. There's contact. Nichols is going to go around. Kennedy goes around. A huge vicious crash in turn 2. Oh, and cars continue piling in. Nichols upside down. As the caution is out for the 9th time after a huge crash down in turn number 2.
We saw that coming, Ben, as they went down into turn number 1. Nichols kind of just he did the slide job as they entered into 1. Kennedy then dropped way to the inside because he still had some momentum, and it was just a matter of time. Just a little bit of contact, didn't take much. But once those cars started spinning, they just started piling up into you because exactly what we talked about, 210, 215 miles an hour into these corners, and there's no time for movement. And if you jerk the wheels in these cars, you're just going to spin out and hit the wall anyway.
That could have been a whole lot worse than it actually was. 3 main cars involved, a few able to escape with minor collisions. But the Nichols machine certainly going to need some repairs.
Yeah, he needs a front wing. That thing is, he's able to make it down pit road, but wow.
The Johns machine and the Kennedy machine all going to need the service from their pit crews as a caution out again for the 9th time here at the MavTV 500 presented by Volt Vapes. Cars are down on the pit road again.
It looks like all the leaders heading back down pit road. Jimbo Pfeiffer looks like he was going to be the first one into his box. 4 tires and fuel. Back out on the track.
So, we'll reset the field when we return. We got to take care of some bills. We'll be right back. You're watching LSRTV, the voice of sim racing.
I'm Dan Garrison, software engineer at iRacing. Since the beginning of Papyrus and through iRacing, the track has been unchanging through a session. Whatever you have at the beginning is what you have for the duration of the session and the end. The track doesn't change. What we want to do is be able to have the track respond to what's going on, to have cars interact with the track, to have the track change in temperature, in the amount of rubber. We want marbles, and we want those to be generated by the cars, putting them where they should be and picking them up and rethrowing them off the race line. It's a physical-based model that we focus on first and foremost. The tire and the track interaction, what's really going on there. It would be easy to just quickly throw something together. Our standards are, it needs to make sense. What's really going on, even at the molecular level between the track and the tire. The way the track works, essentially, is we divide it up into small cells that your car interacts with. So if you're adding temperature to a certain part of the track, we can pretty accurately know exactly where that is. That gets transmitted to the server. So if I'm in a race, my data is going to the server with everybody else in the session. The server accumulates that and basically broadcasts a consistent track state to everyone, so everyone's got the same track that they're racing on. One of the big challenges was being able to implement this dynamic track with any number of clients connected and have it just work as you would expect. Have it be the same for everyone in the service who's in a session. So to kind of give a little bit of a preview of the state of things right now, I basically have run a number of laps at 5 flags with the effects exaggerated for demonstration purposes so that we can kind of immediately see what's going on with the track. Right here is basically the track at the beginning of the session. There is a little bit of rubber on there that's put programmatically. That's the starting state of this track, and it's fairly low rubber at this point. If we skip ahead to the end, I did about 30 laps, so at the very end, you can kind of see all this darkened in right here. This is where I was running the car, so, well, there you go. And again, this is exaggerated. A single car in 30 laps is not going to darken the track anywhere near this level. We also have the ability to see the temperature, similar to an IR camera. At the beginning of the session, it's a little bit warm down here. It's very cool up here. As we skip ahead, all of a sudden this part of the track has become very warm. This is where I was running the car. And we can also drag the little thumbnail and see the effect of time as the track cools off and returns back to its equilibrium state. Before we had fairly symmetrical tracks. Now, because the sun is shining at some angle, one side of the track might be particularly hot, and 180 degrees around the track is going to be significantly cooler because the sun isn't really pointing at that. So you're on a track where maybe you basically treated it as 2 equal halves. Now you need to adjust to that. With multiple cars over a long race, you're going to have to seek out where's the grip, where is it going, how is the track changing. It's going to require a much more intelligent approach to racing. You're going to have to be able to handle the track through the life of the race. So in addition to temperature and rubber, we're also spending a lot of time working with marbles, putting them on the track where they should be. Later in a race, you can expect there to be more.
Green flag back in the air here at MavTV 500. Pretus leads us down into turn number 1, followed by Olette, Bennett, Pfeiffer, and Morgan.
Great start.
Battle
right
for
there.
the lead.
I was going to say a great start by Olette there, and on the outside now, he's going to stick it in side by side with Pretus. That's for the lead. He might be able to get him cleared here as they go into turn number 3, but Pretus holding tough on the inside. They're still side by side.
Pretus is going to take it back. Pretus, caution is out. Trouble down in turn number 3. It is Donovan Johns involved yet again in the 74. LZ Daly in the 555 involved. And another vicious crash here at AutoClub Speedway puts us under our 10th caution. again. Again, Andy, you see the 3 wide, attempted it, and just no room. The air gets to moving around, and both guys go hard into the wall. Daly goes upside down. Johns is upside down for a moment. Another vicious crash here at AutoClub Speedway.
It's been a night of vicious crashes. Man, these cars get any bit off the ground and they just fly right up like an airplane. It's just amazing. They're made to be stuck to the ground, but if they get airborne, it's all over. But yeah, a few guys, a couple more guys, some more issues. Gonna have to get these cars.
Serving our 10th caution as we turn the lap 100 mark here in the MavTV 500 presented by Volt Vapes. Be sure to check out Volt Vapes at voltvapes.com for all your vaping needs. Join their $1 Vape Club right now today at voltvapes.com. You're watching LSRTV, the voice of sim racing. I'm going to go grab a corn dog and we'll return for the green flag right after this.
Once its sights are set, nothing can stop the ferocious lion from capturing its prey. Relying on keen senses, lions search patiently before striking with alarming speed. Wait for it. Gotcha, Mr. Piece of Rubbish. He is truly the master of his environment. Do good, be a lion.
Truex in the outside, contact made, 56 slides it into 4, who's going to be at the stripe, dead even, give it to Ryan Truex. Truex is your winner over Tandy. It's been a very long off-season. Teams have changed, sponsors have changed, colors and all, but one thing that hasn't, they like to mash the loud pedal. Green flag is out on the 2015 NASCAR Peak Antifreeze Series season.
iRacing is the ideal platform for these broadcasts because we have the best racers, the best online racers in the world, and we have such a variety of racing, from NASCAR to Grand Prix style racing, sports car endurance racing. We do it all.
Since 2010, the iRacing.com World Championship Grand Prix Series has been the absolute pinnacle of road racing in a simulated form. Great start then by Yakoda from the front. They're packing up behind number one. They're going to be 4 wide as they come down into turn number 1 for the first time. Will they make it through that first corner? You can see them funneling through the center S's. It looks as though everyone is just about made it through. We have got ourselves some contact though, Rachel.
Side by side going into turns 3 and 4. Humpy's got the advantage with Ottinger's not going to.
Oh, he got into him!
Ottinger gets into the 58, turns right into him, and that ends.
Welcome back to AutoClub Speedway, the MavTV 500, presented by Volt Vapes. Lights are out on the iRacing.com Ford Mustang pace car as we get set for yet another restart. Robert Pretis, Mike Olette, Brian Bennett, Jared Morgan, Jimbo Pfeiffer. That's the top 5 as the pace car gets set to head on down to the pit road. Field and control in the hands of Robert Pretis, and he's in the gas. We're back racing at Auto Club.
Nice jump by Pretis there on the green flag. Michael Lett's going to actually fall back just a bit into the clutches of Brian Bennett as they head into turn number 1. That's going to be the battle for second here as it exit off of turn number 2.
Back straight away. Good restart for Pretis, but just like that, the 2 behind him have reeled him in, and they're going to challenge for the lead on the front straightaway. Look at the run that Olette has. He swings to the outside. Now look at this. Does Bennett go to the inside? No, he checks up. Olette saw him trying to go 3 wide. He gave him some room, and now they'll go single file as Olette begins to work on Pretis again.
Oh, and he's got the move right now, heading into turn 3. Ben jacks it down to the inside. He's got him clear now as they go through the middle of 3 and 4. Pretis now falling back just a little bit. Bennett now looking on from 3rd, and here comes 4th place Jared Morgan and Jimbo Pfeiffer. They're catching this front pack.
Morgan just got by Pfeiffer. Now Pfeiffer trying to get back by Morgan. That's for the 4th spot as they go down into turn number 1. Pfeiffer can't get a nose. Morgan shuts it. Just behind those guys, it's John Hills and Adam Hawks, 5th and 6th.
Nice little battle right here as these guys are actually catching Brian Bennett now as they head back into turn number 3. Pfeiffer now trying to get a run off of the corner of turn number 4. It looks like he has it. Here he comes now, ducks to the inside of Jared Morgan at the stripe. It looks like Morgan's going to be ahead of him, and this I was going to say he's the leader. As they head back into turn number 1 now, Pfeiffer on the inside, Morgan to the outside, wheel to wheel, still battling it out. Pfeiffer has the run now, he's going to slide up in front. Morgan now, he's going to drop down and get the draft now, go back up the track. Now he's on the outside of Pfeiffer into 3.
While that's going on, battle for the lead. Olette up the racetrack. Pretis down low. Pretis takes the lead down in 3 and 4, and I think this is the closest the top 7 has been in the whole race. Look at this pack we've got forming up front.
Well, that big run down into turn number 1 has to back off of it. That's going to allow Bennett to now close back in. We'll let high off the exit corner there. He's still going to maintain his momentum as Pretis now pulls away a little bit into turn number 3. But here comes Bennett now looking to the inside of Willett in 3.
Bennett, give him that 2nd spot. He clears him. Bennett now sets his sights on Pretis as they work down the front straightaway. Pfeiffer trying to get back up to the lead where he's been a couple times already tonight. And then right behind them, Halls gets in to Morgan. Morgan hard and into the outside wall. Another vicious crash down in turn number 1.
Yeah, Hawks just dove it right down in there. I don't know.
Oh, and he gets hit again. My goodness. As we get the replay, that was Kevin Kernoodle that got into him after the caution. It was Hawks that made contact with him in turn 1 to cause the caution. And just another strange turn of events.
Woo.
And Morgan crashes again on the back straightaway. Under caution.
It's hard to drive a stock car once you get in a wreck, Ben, back to pit road. But man, these cars are even worse. These things are all wide open in the front suspension. You know, you can see all of the all the steering mechanisms, all the the tie rods, everything's all exposed on the front.
Yeah.
Any one of those breaks or bends, and you have nothing, no control at all.
Let's go ahead and run through the field as we ease up on the halfway point here to MavTV 500, presented by Volt Vapes. Actually, scratch that. We'll let the field cycle out after Robert Pretis gives up the lead to head down to pit road.
Pretis was followed by Ouellette. Looks like Hawks, who had a little bit of wing damage from that incident.
We mentioned the RSR tomorrow night at Bristol. If the short track isn't your thing, join us on Friday night right here on LSRTV. Andy, you gonna be back for the Super Speedway stuff?
Oh yes, man. Those guys put on a heck of a show. Yeah, this Friday night's actually their season opener, the 500K at Daytona. So they don't actually run 500 miles, but it gets close. It's a pretty long race.
Still should be pretty fun.
Oh yeah, we had some good racing in the duels this past Friday, so the season opener here this coming Friday at Daytona should be a lot of fun.
Catch it on right here live on the Voice of Sim Racing LSR TV. So we'll let the cars pass under the flag stand, and we'll give you an update as far as who's running where. Still a pretty good amount of cars on the lead lap. 16 cars still on the lead lap here at AutoClub Speedway. As we close in on that halfway point, lap 107 up 250. Certainly glad you've tuned in to join us here tonight on LSR TV. Alright, let's take a look at our field as we work lap 111. Brian Bennett will lead us back to the green flag when they turn the lights off on the pace car. Jimbo Pfeiffer, he sits second in the 000. Third is John Ells. Fourth, Michael Wood. Gary Nichols sits fifth. Sixth is Adam Hawks in 50. Seventh is Robert Pretis in the 227. William Brown, he sits eighth in the 24, led a little bit earlier, but he hasn't really been able to crack the top 5 since then. Tom Dreiling is in the number 9, and Timothy Schultz is in the number 202. He sits 10th.
Running 11th right now in the 86, that's Mike Ouellette. Chad Yoshitomi, he's in the 46, he's 12th. 13th is Scott Wanback. Kevin Kernoodle sits 14th in the 16 car. Gary Laviolette is 15th. The 944 of Brett Trojan, haven't heard much of him. He's sitting 16th. He's the last car in the lead lap. Adam Kennedy in the 101, he's 17th. 18th is the 96 of Jared Morgan. J.D. Snyder in the 23 car, he's sitting 19th. 20th place belongs to the 91 of Scott Hutchinson.
The 11, David Freibuth, is in the 21st position. 21st position. Donovan Johns is in the 22nd position. Elsie Daly is in the 23rd. 24th is Mike Taylor. 25th is Trenton Barrington. Aaron Stowe is 26th. 27th is Richard Tillman, and Pete Costanzo is 28th. Michael Lane did not take the green flag, but is scored in the 29th position. So, here we go. Easing up on the halfway point, Andy. And we've yet to see a long green flag run with green flag pit stops. Do we see that now?
I don't know, Ben. I thought we would have seen that already. I thought we would have been still under the green flag from the beginning of the race, but we can see that, you know, 3 wide's probably been the most problem these guys have had so far tonight. Probably the biggest cause of most of these cautions. That center guy just getting no air to that rear wing to keep that downforce on it and losing grip and just spinning out and ended up taking out some other guys. You know what? I think as long as these guys are racing as hard as they are, you know, who knows what we're going to see. These guys are running great. These guys are running a great race right now with the, you know, the slingshots back and forth. The draft is playing a big role, so we'll see what happens.
That we will. Pace car in. Bennett's in the gas. We're back racing. Pfeiffer was sleeping. Pfeiffer was taking a power nap at the start.
Yeah, he was. He's full way back right now. Brian Bennett's enjoying this big lead right now, but it's not going to take long, I don't think, for these guys to come back. The battle for second, though. Ailes, he's got a run right now off of turn number 2. He's going to look to the inside of Pfeiffer down the backstretch.
Ailes looks slow. Micah Wood is right behind those guys in the 20. And then you have Nichols putting the block on Hawks down in turn number 3. They almost make contact for the 5th spot.
They do, but right now Hawks is going to prevail on that off of turn number 4. Here comes Nichols, though, with the draft. He's going to get a good run down the front straightaway. Hawks actually stays low. Nichols going to stay on the high side. He's going to drift up in front of him. Now here comes Nichols to the bottom. He's now on the inside. They're side by side. That's the battle for 5th.
And they make contact. Wow, they kept it out of the wall and kept it straight somehow. And they continue on. Hawks going to fall back in the line behind Nichols in turn number 3. Right in front of them, look at this battle for the 2nd spot. Wood is all over the rear wing of Ailes as they head down into turn number 1.
Pfeiffer just watches on from right behind these 2 guys. Here comes Woods now. Wood, he's got a nice run into the corner, actually backs off a little bit. Now he's going to put the power down. Here he comes off of turn number 2, side by side with Ailes. That's the battle for second here. All these guys are still trying to catch the leader, Brian Bennett, who's just sailing away at the moment.
He's liking what he sees behind him. He says, go ahead, keep battling. It's putting on a show for the fans and just letting me run away. Wood, second now. Now give it back to Ailes at the line. He snags it by half a car in 3/100ths of a second.
An amazing run these guys are doing, and all that's doing is bringing these other guys that are just behind them back into the picture. Nichols now trying to get his way back in the picture. He wants a piece of this action here as Ailes is now getting caught by Wood here on the back straightaway down in turn number 3. Wood kind of dives down a little bit different of a line on the entry there. Now he's going to try to get the run down the front straightaway, but here's Pfeiffer. Pfeiffer's got the run. He's now looking the inside of Wood.
Good move by Pfeiffer down into turn number 1. He's going to have 1, maybe 2 by the time he gets to the back straightaway. Good run down the front straightaway for the 00 Pfeiffer. He's inside of Ailes as they work off a 2. Can't complete that pass. Ailes was going to pull back around the outside. Can Ailes fall down to the bottom down in 3, or does Pfeiffer still have a... Yeah, Pfeiffer has the bottom lane. Ailes has to say hi. Wood is almost up and into the wall. He falls in behind Ailes. Now he looks to the outside of Ailes. Ailes cuts him off on the front straightaway. Wood has to check up. And here comes Adam Hawks in the 50 car, starting to reel him in.
He's starting to reel him in. It's right here. He goes to the high side, though. Loses a little bit of momentum. He's going to fall back now. Here comes Ailes now. He's battling back on a Pfeiffer. He's looking to the inside now as they head back into turn 3. Ailes, he's got the momentum. He's got the position now. The bottom lane's open by Pfeiffer. Now Wood's going to look to the bottom. Pfeiffer moves up the track. Now Wood, side by side with Pfeiffer. That's the battle right now for that 4th position. Or excuse me, 3rd position.
Give it to Wood. Now Pfeiffer switches back to the bottom. Pfeiffer, can he have a... Does he have a wing on Wood as they go down into 2? He does it, but Wood gives him room. Wood going to push up almost into the wall. He keeps it out of it, but they continue to battle wheel to wheel.
They do as they come into turn 3. Now here comes Hawks. He's going to look to the inside of Wood. Hawks now trying to get the momentum. He's got it. Just behind these guys actually driving on the apron. That's Nichols. He's into the picture now. That's a great battle. That's a battle for 4th right now as they hit the stripe.
Some good racing going on just inside the top 5 as now they start to get singled out. Just as I say that, here comes Gary Nichols making a run on Michael Wood as they go down into turn number 3. Does he have a nose? He does. Nichols side by side with Wood. That's for the final position inside the top 5.
That's a side-by-side battle on the front straightaway. Now Gary Nichols has the inside line. Woods hanging tough though on the outside. Can't clear him as they go into turn number 1. Nichols with the momentum. Looks like he's going to have him cleared. He's probably going to slide up in front of him now here as they exit turn number 2. He doesn't want to quite go in front of him though. Gives him a little bit of advantage with that draft. Wood now, he's going to sit back and watch this happen as he now falls back to the 6th spot.
So, now do these guys get in line and try to reel in the leader, Brian Bennett, because as of now, he has a 2.2 second lead last time at the line.
Yeah, great job. This is probably the first time that Brian Bennett, or not Brian Bennett in general, but this is the first time the leaders actually pulled away from these guys. Typically, we've been seeing the guys in 2nd, 3rd, and 4th able to catch back up to that leader after a restart like Bennett had. But Bennett, he's setting sail right now. There's no lift in that guy.
They chip off about a 10th. They've got to stay single file. They've got to work together.
Battle for 3rd right now. Here he comes on the inside is Nichols. He's going to go to the inside of Ailes off of turn number 4. He's going to have him cleared. Ailes now drops way down to the bottom. He's going to try a crossover move here at the stripe. Not going to happen as they head back into turn number 1.
I don't think that was planned. I think he just had his wheel turned that hard to stay out of the wall in turn 4. Ailes, you can see he's got a bad push in that number 114 as the run goes on.
Yeah, now Hawks now to the inside of Ailes into number 3. He's going to lose another position, drops back down to the bottom. Here comes Pretis now into the picture in the 227. He's going to look low as almost into the wall again was Ailes. I'm not sure if he upset the tires at all, Ben, or what's going on now, but that push is really hurting him as he's about to lose another spot to Pretis.
Got to make a change if we get another caution, because if he does not, he will make contact with the wall just like Pretis did right in front of him. He was able to stay out of it, but you couldn't have slid a credit card in between he and the wall off of turn number 2. Pretis falls back. Ailes able to regain that position, but Ailes continuing to fall back as Pretis and Wood battle now for the 6th spot.
There wasn't so much of a battle as Wood now pulls ahead of Pretis. So just like that, Pretis loses 2 positions in a matter of half a lap with just one small little bobble. That's all it takes.
Up front, Bennett continuing to pull away from the rest of the field. He is dominating this run in this portion of the race as we are just past halfway. 126 of 250. Half down, half to go in the MavTV 500 presented by Voltvaves.
Somebody told Brian Bennett it was time to go because this guy is on the move right now. Pfeiffer trying to do everything he can to try to catch back up to him. Nichols now onto the apron a little bit. He's going to push up the track. He had a real nice run on Pfeiffer. Not going to happen. Here comes Hawks. He's going to go around Nichols. He's going to move him up to the 3rd spot now.
A lot of action going on from the 2nd spot back. It's just Bennett is just all out in front of these guys, and he is just, ever since he caught Pfeiffer sleeping on the restart, he has been able to pull away. But now Pfeiffer that time does reel him in, and wow, they were 3 wide as Ailes. Is he out of gas?
I don't know. There's something going on with that 114 car right now because he was way off the pace now, Ben. Here he is dropping down again. Another car. William Brown looks like going around him. Here comes Willette. He's going around. It looks like Ailes going to pit road. That's exactly what's happening. He's going to pit road right now.
Wow. So another strange turn of events, this time with the 114 of Ailes. Pfeiffer continues to eat away at the lead. It's a 1.7. Last time at the line, we'll check it this time and see if he's been able to reel him in anymore. So with Ailes falling back, it's kind of settled everything out within the top 5, and Ailes, we're getting word now, has pulled it behind the wall.
Yeah, just like that, a mechanical issue or something just ends his night abruptly early after been running up front all night long.
So a bad break there. Race does go on.
Always does.
Pfeiffer 1.5 at the line last time. He is reeling in Bennett. As soon as he gets just a little hint of the draft, he's going to be there within no time. 1.2 that time at the line as Pfeiffer continues to close on your leader.
It's weird, almost faster than with the draft. You know, I mean, obviously they run faster mile per hour with the draft, but for some reason he's just really clicking them off since he's gotten away from this 3rd and 4th place.
Bennett pits! No, he doesn't! The caution comes out right as Bennett was set to pull down on the pit road, as the 96 of Jared Morgan has been involved in yet another caution. This time it's by himself in turn number 2. As we get the replay, you see just pushes out of 2, gets up and into the wall, overcorrects, and then upside down he goes.
And he was running up front most of his night too here, top 10, top 5 all night long, and over the last couple of runs there, just having some tough times here.
So I'm not sure if Bennett was getting low on fuel there or not. He certainly had to have been, since he was coming down pit road. But he does lose the lead as he was pulling down to go on to pit road. A caution does come out, so a lucky break for Bennett, to say the least, because if he would have got caught on under the pits, under caution, he could come out, oh my, 15th position. Now he's going to be able to enter the pits second, and he's got a shot at coming out with the lead if Pfeiffer has a slow stop. Pfeiffer down and away, and another good stop for Pfeiffer, but Nichols has a slightly better, and Nichols has the lead. And Tom Dreiling into 36, looped it on the pit road, trying to get out of his stall. Nichols comes out. First car off the pit road, but Adam Hawks, he did stay out. And we'll see how that'll shape up on the restart as soon as we go back racing. But before we go back racing, we'll send it to a quick commercial break. You're watching LSRTV, the voice of sim racing. We'll be right back.
Truex. Truex is your winner over Tandy.
We're back. Green flag is in the air here at AutoClub Speedway. A couple guys caught sleeping again as Adam Hawks, your leader, leads us to the back straightaway. Gary Nichols is second. Pfeiffer is third. Brown and Schultz go at it for the fourth spot. Pretus slow as Bennett is able to get by, as well as Oletta, and Pretus continuing to lose spots down in turn number 4. Did not get a good restart. That's Pretus.
Yeah, Pretus now, he's falling back into the clutch as he's side by side right now with Wambaugh. Wambaugh's trying to get around him. He's got the inside lane. Heading into turn number 1. Looks like he's going to have him clear now as Pretus still right in that third lane there in turn number 1.
Finally does find a hole in line, and he drops into it. Most field single file. Battle for third. Brown on the bumper of Pfeiffer. Whoa, wow, that was close. Brown to the inside of Pfeiffer.
Yeah, that was close right there. And then turn number 1 now looks like Michael Brown is going to have the line. Pfeiffer's going to let him go. Maybe not. Here he comes, battling hard on the outside. They're still side by side off of turn number 2. Pfeiffer with that good run off of the corner there. He's going to have them clear as they head back into turn number 3. William Brown's now going to have fall back in line.
While that's happening, battle for the lead shaping up. Gary Nichols looking to get back out in front of this field, and he's going to do just that in turn 1. He almost got in the Hawks. Nichols takes the lead.
What a move right there. I mean, any closer, we might have had 2 cars spinning out there into the corner, but what a power move by Nichols right there, as now Hawks now pulls back in and gets that draft and starts to close back in on his back wing right now into turn number 3. Nichols going to hold him off for now, though, as they come off of turn number 4. Hawks looking for that big run down the front straightaway.
Looking for it, and he might get it, but he starts to reel him in at the wrong time. He'll have to try down the back straightaway. He'll arc it down into turn number 1. He'll swing to the bottom in turn 2. He actually loses momentum as they reach the back straightaway. The new tires on the Nichols machine helps him prevail out in front of the 50 of Hawks. Gaggle of cars. The gaggle of cars from 5th on back, led by Bennett. Then it's Schultz. Oletta's in that mix. Wambaugh and Pretus.
Yeah, great battle right now for that 5th spot. Bennett has it. Schultz is trying to get it back from Ouellette, now closing in on these 2 guys as they head through turns 1 and 2. A big run by Ouellette. Schultz moves up the track just a bit. Ouellette's going to have the run now back down the straightaway. He's going to dive to the inside now. Side by side there is. That's the battle for 6.
For 6, Ouellette inside. Turn 4, he'll slide up. Clears him. Does Schultz make another move on the front straightaway to try to get it back? Don't think he's going to have the momentum he needs.
Here comes Wambaugh now. He's coming into the mix. Pretus just behind him. They're going to try to get around Schultz. Schultz drops down to the bottom, kind of blocks. Now the inside's open, and here comes Wambaugh. Wambaugh trying to get him run now. He can't quite get a wing to the inside of Schultz here into turn number 3. He's going to fall back in line as they go through 3 and 4.
Easing up on 100 to go. As Schultz gets up close and personal with the front straightaway wall. Wambaugh is right there. I had to check up. Look, he was looking high, but Schultz shut the door on him. Now Schultz is high in 1 and 2. Wambaugh can't capitalize on the back straightaway.
He's going to get in that draft, though, and get a run here going into turn number 3. Wambaugh to the inside now. Now they're wheel to wheel into 3. Schultz going to back off, let him have it. Here comes Pretis now into the mix. He's going to push up the track and lose his momentum. Schultz now falls back to the 8th position now, but he's trying to come back hard here on the high side. He's got the run as they go back into turn 1.
They're going at it back there. We've had a good battle heating up, or going on for the 3rd spot between William Brown and Jimbo Pfeiffer. Then we've also had a good one going on for 5th between Bennett and the 6th of Olette. So a battle going on here as we get the right at 144, 156 laps remain. Excuse me, 106.
Oh.
That's why I'm an announcer, not a mathematician.
There you go. Off of turn number 2, Jimbo Pfeiffer. Jimbo Pfeiffer's actually going to pull away a little bit right there. Looks like Bennett actually lost his momentum there off of turn number 2. Ouellette now is going to be all over his rear wing now off of turn number 4. Ouellette going to try to get a run, try to get that position. He's got the draft right now as they hit the front stretch and on the start-finish line. Ouellette, can he make something happen into turn number 1? Looks like he's going to back off here. Stay single file as they travel from 1 and 2.
He almost had a little bump draft action going on there. Oh, that was right on the rear wing of Bennett down in turn number 1. He'll try again just in front of those guys. Pfeiffer down to the inside of Brown. Brown lost a lot of momentum. He's going to lose another spot to Bennett.
Yeah, he is. Bennett's going to take over that spot right there as he has him cleared at the start-finish line, heading back into turn number 1. All these guys, Adam Hawks, and Pfeiffer, and Bennett, and Brown, all these guys still trying to chase Nichols, who's actually pulled out to almost a 2.5-second lead here. So we got a battle right now for that 5th spot. Ouellette now to the inside of Brown into 3.
He'll take it just like that. Ouellette, new name inside the top 5. But here comes Brown, front straightaway with the draft. He'll close right back up, sling down to the inside. And can he complete the pass in turn 1? He does. William Brown back to 5th.
Here comes Ouellette, though. Yeah, here he comes down to the inside. What an awesome display of draft, and what it does here is Ouellette now takes that 5th spot back away from William Brown heading into turn number 3. But don't look now. Here comes a couple more cars now into the mix. They want some more of this action here. Here comes Pretis, Wamba, and Schultz. They're trying to catch back up to these guys.
For 2nd, Pfeiffer inside of Hawk. Remember, Pfeiffer was the only guy who was able to reel in our leader a couple runs ago. Nichols is out front. We'll see if Pfeiffer can do anything to reel him in.
2.8 seconds is the gap right now as Pfeiffer and caution on the Speedway.
Caution out again here to MavTV 500.
Oh, it looks like the 68 of Gary Laviolette's in the wall and the back straightaway.
Oh, and he has parked it on the tire wall there. He pushes into the wall, and he gets upside down. And there you see him inside up on top of the tires there for Gary L. And the 68 puts us under our 12th caution here in the MavTV 500 presented by Volt Vapes.
So pit road's going to be open this time, Ben. See if any of our leaders come down this time. It wasn't too much long ago that these guys were down on pit road, but we've seen already with fuel mileage that these cars are getting, especially when you're the leader, you're using all your fuel. But a 2.8 second lead, just like that, vanished here on lap 150.
Oh, mixed emotions when it comes to pitting. Some stay out, some come in. As we reach the 100 lap to go mark here at AutoClub Speedway. Again, want to invite you to join us tomorrow night. the RSR Full Throttle Cup Series takes on Bristol Motor Speedway. We'll see if the rookies Dave Washington and Dylan Jones can upset the field again at the half mile. Viper wins the race off pit road. And we're being instructed how to pronounce his name. Andy has tried. I'm just sticking with Gary L. I told you you'd have to bear it with us as we get used to the names, used to the drivers, and used to the cars, especially. Andy and I come from the stock car side of things. Me myself from the short tracks. So the 220 mile an hour is a new world for me.
Yeah, there's no number on the roof of these things. Oh wait, there isn't.
There's
even
no
a roof. It's a good thing we got binoculars, Ben.
Yeah. My binocular, one side is not working. The right eye not working. But I can deal with just the left side. My left eye is better. Just a random fact, if you ever get asked which one of Ben Gilcrease's eyes is the best, it's the left.
The left eye's better than the right. All right. I'm gonna write that down.
If it ever comes up on Jeopardy.
There you go. It's all right, Ben. I'll one-up you, and I do this in Braille, so.
Yeah, okay. We'll go with that. I'll just take your word for it.
There you go.
Oh, you got some talent if you can broadcast a race by only seeing.
Nothing.
By only. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Figure it out.
I guess once you do it a couple times, it comes around.
Yeah, you get used to it.
Oh, the things we get off topic under caution. Just less than 100 laps to go when we get the green flag. Lights should go off atop the iRacing.com Ford Mustang pace car this time by.
Well, Gary Nichols had a big jump on that last restart there, Ben. Was able to take the lead away and then just drive away from these guys. So a 2.8 second lead. So we'll see if he can mimic that this time by. There's a few guys behind him with some fresher tires. So we'll see if that plays into effect here on this run also.
It's Nichols, Bennett, Hawks, Brown, Olette. Top 5. Priedus, Schultz, Wanba, Dreiling, and Yoshitomi. They round out the top 10. Lights are out. Single file restarts as we get set to go back racing here. 97 laps to go. Field heads down through 3 and 4 as the pace car gets set to head on down to pit road. There we go. 97 laps to go on a MavTV 500. Green flag back in the air. Good restart for Bennett.
Absolutely, Bennett and Hawks. Both of those guys, great restart here as they head back into turn number 1. Nichols has got the lead. Here comes Bennett, though. Bennett with a good run through 1 and 2. A good exit. He's got the draft. Now we'll see if he can do anything with it. Bennett now all over the rear wing of Nichols as they head back into turn number 3. He's going to look to the high side here. Try to get in line. Not going to happen this time. He's going to have to fall back in line, see if he can get a run off of turn 4.
Off of turn 4, down the front stretch. He has a slight run. Can he do anything with it in 1? He does. To the inside goes Bennett for the lead in turn 1. Oh, but look at... My goodness, Nichols turned the boosters on.
Did something right there. I don't think Bennett probably didn't think he could keep it down on the bottom, so he slowed way up. I gave the advantage to Nichols on the outside. Now Bennett's going to have to try this all over again. And maybe retry his strategy here as he goes to the high side, loses a little bit of momentum off of turn number 4. Gonna have to try to get that draft back here as they head down the front straightaway. Into turn number 1, Bennett still trying to take that lead away from Nichols.
We've talked about it all night. You've got to set the passes up, and then once you have them set up, you got to initiate the pass. Both very hard things to do. And you can see just that. Bennett was able to set it up, just wasn't able to initiate it the last time he closed in on Nichols. We'll see if he can set the pass up within the next couple of laps. Down the front straightaway, here he comes. He's got a run. Down in turn number 1, no, he's not going to be close enough to try and swing out, so we'll have to check up and try again on the back stretch or on the front stretch again.
That's right off of turn number 2 now, Bennett. Trying to get that draft, lost a ton of momentum right there. Nichols able to pull back away from him. Nichols doing a heck of a job as the leader here, breaking the draft, breaking the momentum of the guy behind him.
That's Timothy Schultz in the grass. In the 202, he had to check up on the back straightaway, and he gets it going again. We stay green.
He's going to lose a lot of spots there, running in the top 10 and having that issue there.
Get the replay up on the Schultz incident. He's actually on pit road now. Oh, and he got up into the wall.
That's a real tough break for him right there.
He followed Wanbaugh into the wall, and Wanbaugh followed Ouellette. So chain reaction there. Still green, though. Good job by everybody keeping it straight. Good battle going on for the 5th spot. Pretis that's 4th. Pretis trying to get around the 24 of Brown as they work down the front straightaway. He's got a run heading down into turn number 1. Just can't quite step out.
Not this time by anyway, as they come off of turn number 2 here. Pushes up high is Pretis. Pretis way up high. Brown almost touches the wall there off the exit of 2. Here comes the run, though, again. Pretis, a good run off the corner, gets the draft. Now he's going to dive it down to the inside. He's going to clear him now. What a power move right there in turn number 3. Pretis now, move him up to 4th. Brown, he's going to try to fight back here down the front straightaway.
And he'll do just that. Down into turn number 1. He had a run, but he lost some momentum at the end of the straightaway. There wasn't able to duck down below the Pretis machine. And now in turn 2, Brown's going to push up a little bit. Gets a little tight off of turn number 2. While that's going on, Gary Nichols continues to lead as we have 89 laps to go at the line this time.
Still a great battle for that 4th spot, excuse me. Here comes Brown. Brown with a nice run on the high side, but he wasn't able to make nothing do. Here he goes into turn number 1. He's going to back it off a little bit early, try to get that run off of the corner. Pretis, though, hanging tough. He's got a great line there. Brown almost into the wall again here on the back straightaway.
Gary Nichols starting to put some distance between he and Bennett as they pass the lap machine of Schultz right there. Here comes Brown on the wing of Pretis. He looks low down the front straightaway. Just can't get to run like everybody else has wonder if Brown might have some damage that we're missing that is keeping him from getting that good run that everybody else gets.
Could be. Could have just the slightest little tweak to that front wing or the rear wing, and it could throw your handling all off on these cars. Here they go into turn number 3 again. Prius, a little bit higher of an entry, drops it down, exits off a little bit high. Here comes Brown now to the inside. Not going to have it. Moves up high, tries to get the draft back down the front straightaway, and they head back into turn number 1. Brown still not able to get by Prius.
Oh, Prius tagged the apron there. Loses a little bit of momentum. Brown closes up. He might have to, no, and it kind of just looks like when he steps out, he hits a wall of air.
Yeah, there's got to be some damage on that car or something, Ben, for the handling or something. You know, when he's in the draft, he can catch him, no problem, like he's doing right now on the front straightaway. But as soon as he drops down out of that air, look what happens. He just falls back in line again. So definitely some damage on that 24 car of William Brown.
So now there is lap traffic between our two leaders. It is the 11 of Frybeth. Oh, and he got into the wall right in front of second place. Bennett has to take the low groove down the front straightaway to avoid the 11 machine. And they escape without incident.
That was close. Bennett was probably wiping the sweat off his brow on that one, Ben.
So the field pretty much spread out. Few small battles going on here and there. But other than that, this is probably the most spread out we've seen everybody since the drop of the green.
Yeah, most everybody.
Nope, go ahead.
No, I was just saying most everybody's kind of gotten a gap in between each other, so it's not, everybody's kind of, like you said, just spread out.
Trouble.
Except for
86 was through the grass on the front straightaway. Got loose off of turn 4, almost hit the pit wall. He kept it straight, we stay green. As we'll get the replay for you, that's 86 of Mike Olette. You see him. He saved the car a little bit earlier off of turn 2, if I'm not mistaken. He
did.
Saves it again off of turn number 4. Another good driving out of the 86 off of turn 4. And he does take out the orange cone.
That poor cone.
Yeah, be sure to hashtag LSRTV when you tweet out to @the orange cone. It's 2015. We can have a Twitter account for @the orange cone. That's amazing.
He's been around for a while.
He has, yep. So Olette does head down the pit road. The cone probably does damage the front end of the car just a little bit. Mid-pack, 5th, 6th, 7th. Starting to kind of bunch up here. Form a small little pack. There's a car tagging along to the end of that. That's Andy Kennedy into 101. He is a couple laps down. He sits 12th. Here comes Pfeiffer on the wing of one ball for turn number 4. That's a battle for the 6th spot.
That it is. Wamba has it. Pfeiffer wants it. Pfeiffer now heading down into turn number 1. They're catching William Brown also. Brown right in front of these two. Pfeiffer now to the inside. He's going to look to the inside. He's got halfway there. Now they're wheel to wheel. Wamba on the outside. Pfeiffer on the inside. Wamba with a great run on the outside line. He's going to take that position. Pfeiffer's going to have to fall back in the line.
Wamba was able to use the draft of Brown down the back stretch there. to pull back around the outside of Pfeiffer now. Wamba has a run on Brown down the front straightaway. He's got a heck of a run into turn number 1. That's for 5th, and he'll have it by the time they get to the turn.
And Wamba with a power move right there going into turn number 1. He's going to take that spot and pull away. Brown now, he's going to have to try to fight back and get that. We're right behind him. Pfeiffer actually got a little tight in the corner, pushed up the track. He lost some momentum there. But a great job by Wamba there. Now here comes Brown though. He's going to fight back. He wants that position back, but he slides up the track.
Didn't have the turn 4 that he needed, but he does have a run. Does he pull out? He does. Brown back to the inside, give him the 5th spot as they head through 1.
What a great move, and here comes Pfeiffer back into the picture. As Wamba loses a little bit of momentum, here comes Pfeiffer now on him. That's a battle for that 6th spot. Now, oh wow, way up high went Brown. He's going to lose 2 positions. He's going to try to get back in line now. The 24 of Brown, he had some issues right there. He's going to lose another spot right here. Oh wait, that's Kennedy, sorry.
Yeah, Kennedy a couple laps down, but something did go wrong with Brown as he went down into 3 there, and he continues to lose ground to the field. It's weird how we've seen that a couple times tonight. It just seems like the handling just goes away, and wow, Snyder pulls out right in front of Pfeiffer, and that could have been big.
It could have, but the cooler heads prevail here. As Pfeiffer now continues to pull away from Wamba. But yet he's still 2.5 seconds behind Pretis, who's pretty much all alone, Ben. He's got nobody in front of him and nobody behind him.
75 laps to go. At the line this time by, and the top 3 are slowly but surely starting to get tail to nose. And we're going to have a battle for the lead and for 2nd place within the next couple of laps. 75 to go in the MavTV 500 presented by Volt Vapes.
That's what we've seen pretty much all night, where the leader would get a nice run, get way out ahead of everybody, and then they'll slowly catch him. As we got a battle for 2nd, heating up now. Here comes Hawks in the 50 machine, looking to the outside of Bennett. Bennett's going to have enough power to get him off the corner right now, but here comes Hawks. Hawks with a big run now off of turn number 4. Down the front straightaway, he's going to look to the high side. He's got a wing now to the high side of Bennett as they head into 1.
Not going to be able to do anything on that outside line. Scratch that? No. Can't get the wing back up to the outside. He'll fall in line and try again down in turn number 3. Has a good run down the back straightaway. This time he's able to get that inside groove, and in turn number 3, give him the runner-up spot as they ease up on the lap traffic. Problems for your leader. Oh, there's a big crash. Top 2 are taken out. Nichols, something broke, or he ran out of gas, or something happened with the Nichols machine, and my goodness, Hawks had nowhere to go but into him. What in the world just happened?
Wow.
As we work on the replay,
Yeah, I think he was coming into the pits is what it was.
that is just, wow. Caution is out as our 2 leaders crash in turn 4.
Pit road's open. All the leaders come down pit road now. Bennett, first one to hit his stall.
Oh man, I'm still speechless after the crash. So we'll see how everything cycles out on this round of pit stops. It's going to set us up for a dash to the finish with just under 70 laps to go, and Pretus is going to win the race off pit road. Pretus, then it's Brown, Pfeiffer, Wanbaugh, Hawks, Dreiling, Bennett. That's how they'll come back to the green flag. In the closing stages of the MavTV 500 presented by VoltVapes.com, you're watching LSRTV live from AutoClub Speedway, the voice of sim racing. We'll be back right after this.
It's been a very long offseason. Teams have changed, sponsors have changed, colors and all, but one thing that hasn't, they like to mash the loud pedal. Green flag is out on the 2015 NASCAR Peak Antifreeze Series season.
iRacing is the ideal platform for these broadcasts because we have the best racers, the best online racers in the world, and we have such a variety of racing, from NASCAR to Grand Prix style racing, sports car endurance racing. We do it all.
Since 2010, the iRacing.com World Championship Grand Prix Series has been the absolute pinnacle of road racing in a simulated form. Great start then by Yakoda from the front. They're packing up behind number one. They're going to be 4 wide as they come down into turn number 1 for the first time. Will they make it through that first corner? You can see them funneling through the center S's. It looks as though everyone is just about made it through. We have got ourselves some contact though, Rachel.
Side by side going into turns 3 and 4. Humpy's got the advantage, but Ottinger's not going to.
Oh, he got into him!
Ottinger gets into the 58, turns right into him, and that ends Ottinger's run.
We do a lot of live broadcasts now. Every Tuesday is NASCAR night, so on alternating Tuesdays we do the Peak Antifreeze Series, and on the other Tuesdays the B-Class Series, which is the Xfinity cars, and sometimes we'll even do some short track racing depending on the schedule. Every other Saturday we do the iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series, so the best road racers we have. And we also broadcast some special events, including the Endurance Championship, which is part of the Road Warriors Series. So we broadcast the Daytona 24, the Sebring 12-hour, we'll do the Watkins Glen 6-hour, several other races along there. And then, of course, the iRacing Pro Racing Champions, which is usually our biggest and most watched event of the year.
That is short track racing, and that's how awesome this sim is, Joe. That's something you see on TV on highlight reels, and we just saw it here, live.
We invite iRacers who are real-world racers, and they compete every December. Guys like Alex Gurney, Justin Wilson, Scott Speed, Ron Capps, the list goes on. Really some big name drivers from all major forms of motorsport. It's really neat to see them get together and race together.
See Laughlin up top, down to the ball, gets turned! Laughlin gets turned! Caution is out foul at the front of the field!
The easiest place to find the broadcast is on our website, iRacing.com/live. So you can find some of our races on fanschoice.tv as well. A nice place to find iRacing broadcasts. You can also find it at mrn.com and peakauto.com.
cars are lined up on the grid. The Irishman.com World Championship Grand Prix Series.
Welcome back to the MavTV 500 presented by Volt Vapes. Top 4 tail to nose here at AutoClub Speedway. Good race going on just inside 65 laps to go.
Adam Hawks is your leader right now as they head back into turn number 1. William Brown just had the lead thanks to a mishap with the 226. Oh, excuse me, the 227 of Robert Pretis. He got in the wall off turn 2 a couple laps ago, as you can see from our side-by-side coverage, and just did a great job of keeping that thing up there and staying out of traffic. We stayed green flag, but now we got a great battle here for the lead with Hawks leading. Brown's in second. He's got the draft right now as they head down the front stretch.
Pfeiffer, he sits third. Wamba right to the inside of him. Can't make the move down in turn number 1, so he'll fall back into line. Those guys will try to reel back in the top 2, just like they were a couple laps ago. Brian Bennett, he sits 5th, and he is really starting to reel these guys in.
Bennett making a move. We saw him up front most of the second half of the race here. He's led a bunch of laps also. Here comes Bennett now into turn number 3. Backs his corner off just a bit. Tries to get the run off the corner. He's got a good line right now. If he can get up there and get in this draft, I think he'll be all right. But right now the battle's in front of these guys, and Pfeiffer's got the position, and Wamba wants it here as they go into turn 1 and 2.
Brown off a 2 in the second spot. Got real close to the wall. He is really cutting his corners short. He's kind of entering a little bit too low early on, and it's causing the car to push up. As you see right there in 3 and 4, he's still in the draft of Hawks. He's just got to be able to set the pass up and initiate it as he gets a good run down the front straightaway. Not going to be close enough to make a move down in 1 though.
Not going to be close enough this time by as Hawk stays up to the high side there. Second groove up. Here comes Brown now. He's all over the back rear wing now as they head down the back straightaway. He's got the draft. Not going to be able to do anything into turn number 3 here. Maybe he can set him up for corner exit. Hawks still the second groove up. Leaves the bottom side open for Brown. Brown doesn't take it this time by, but now he's got the run. Which way is he going to go? He backs off instead of making a move here. He's going to set him up for the exit of turn 2.
Looks low. Hawks is up high. Brown got to stay off the apron. And he might have cut it a little bit too close there because he loses ground down the back straightaway. Now he's back in the draft. Now he picks up ground going into 3, but can't do anything. Battle for 4th. Bennett around Wamba. Bennett is coming. He is on the move.
Oh, here comes Wamba. He said, no thanks. You ain't taking that away that easy from me here. Now as he's on the inside is Wamba trying to get back around Bennett. Bennett on the high side. Just in front of these two is Pfeiffer. Wamba gets the position back. Here comes Bennett, though, fighting hard again right behind him. He's going to have the draft now as they head down the back straightaway into 3.
Good race, shaping up. Go all the way to the finish of this one. 60 laps to go at the line this time by. Top 2 are tail to nose. From 3rd to 5th, they're battling it out pretty hard as well. Best racing we've seen all night comes within the final, or in the final segment of the MavTV 500.
Off turn number 2, the 24 William Brown sits second, trying to get that draft, trying to make something happen with Adam Hawks. Hawks, who had some trouble earlier, was able to get a new wing put back onto that car. Has been nothing but fast since then. Here he is in the lead, just showing his stuff here as William Brown just cannot seem to find a way to catch him in over the last couple laps.
You gotta wonder, Brown, I don't know if he's wanting to get around Hawks or if he can't get around Hawks. It seems every time he's able to get right there on the wing, either he hits a wall, or a wall of air, I should say, or he backs off.
Yeah, there's something going on with that car because we haven't been able to pinpoint any damage or anything like that to the wing. But we've noticed that over the last run, and then now this point, whenever he drops out, I don't know, like you said, maybe he's just dropping out just so he loses that momentum so we can actually just stay behind him. Maybe he's just biding some time, waiting for the right time to make the pass and get in front of him.
But with the cautions and the unpredictable restarts, I think I want to be out front.
Track position is never a bad thing. Here he goes, trying to look to the inside. He's going to get the wing on him now as Hawks moves up real high on the high side. Brown now going to try to make something happen. It looks like Hawks is going to have the momentum on the outside. Brown's going to have to fall back in line again as they head back to 1.
Just can't do it. Just cannot complete the pass. While those guys start to battle it out, here comes Pfeiffer. He's pulling Wamba and Bennett with him. Top 5 going to be tail to nose here within the next couple of laps.
Yeah, what a run these three have had over the last couple of laps. Been able to catch the top 2 guys here. Pfeiffer now, he's within striking distance now of getting some draft off of Brown.
I think he has his draft. Pfeiffer has been the guy. He has been the closer at the end of these, or when the green flag runs get going. He has been the guy who has made up the most ground. In turn 2, he gets a push, has to check up. But Pfeiffer, I think if this thing goes green all the way to the end, he's got a good shot at putting it in victory lane.
He's definitely got a good shot. Any one of these top 5 guys have a good shot. Off of turn number 4, the battle for the lead heats up a little more. Brown able to get a run off of turn number 4. He's got some momentum. He goes to the high side now. Hawks is going to protect the bottom line. Into turn number 1. Hawks still with the advantage. Brown's going to have to drop in behind him. Watching on is Pfeiffer. Pfeiffer trying to get a move. Oh, and Brown gets into the back. It looks like he gets into the back of Hawks as the check up does not hit the wall, but he's going to lose all his momentum as the top 2 now pull away.
Hawks now goes back to second as Pfeiffer's got the lead. Hawks tagged the apron down in 2. Brown got into him, and now Pfeiffer comes out with the lead, but here comes Hawks. He's got to run as they go back down into turn number 1. One ball is up to 3rd. Brown is trying to fend off Bennett, who's trying to get that 4th spot away.
Great battles all around. Right here, this is the one for the 4th spot. Brown has it. Bennett has it. Brown's trying to get it away from it. Brown now drops to the inside. They're going to be wheel to wheel going into turn number 3. Bennett's going to drop back. Bennett now to 5th. Brown moves back up to 4th. Down the front straightaway. Now here comes Bennett now again with a run down the front straightaway. They're going to be side by side back into 1.
Bennett, Brown, Bennett continuing to swap that 4th position. Looks like they're playing hot potato. Bennett finally able to get some distance between he and Brown on the backstretch. And we'll see if he's able to reel in those 2 in front of him. Meanwhile, Pfeiffer, he has turned the boosters on and he is starting to pull away from 2nd and 3rd.
Yeah, he is. He gained almost half a second right there just on that lap. Hawks trying to fend off Wambach now. That's for that 2nd spot. Look at the run that Bennett has through 1 and 2. He's going to get alongside Wamba now on the exit of turn number 2. Down the back straightaway, it's a drag race for that 3rd spot. Bennett has the preferred line on the inside. Looks like Wamba is going to give it to him here. Now he's going to have to try to set his sights on Hawks. Hawks probably not going to let him pass that easy here as we go down the front straightaway again. Bennett with a huge run going into 1.
Bennett's got some speed. Bennett has some speed, and Bennett's got the 2nd spot.
And he's pulling away now off of turn number 2. He's got about a 3-car length lead over Hawks now, who's back to 3rd. He's feeling a little pressure from Wamba now.
And big news as Pfeiffer is having some connection issues. He almost just dropped out of the race. But he is able to get it fixed. He's still your leader. 2nd is Bennett. Hawks is 3rd.
Hawks is fighting back now for that 2nd spot. He's got a run coming down the back straightaway. Not going to have enough to make a pass this time through, though. Chooses the high side to get into the corner, try to arc it, try to get a run off the corner exit. Bennett does a great job staying low and keeping him out of the draft for now. Here comes Hawks, though. He finally catches the draft. Now he starts to close in as they head back to 1.
They have got to get single file. They've got to help each other out, or Pfeiffer is going to run away with the lead. It's 1.8 last time at the line. We'll see if Bennett's able to chip away any this time by. Pfeiffer, your leader. Bennett's at second. Hawks third. Wamba is fourth, and Brown is fifth. Caution is out.
Yeah, it looks like the 16 of Kernoodle had some issues coming off of turn number 4 there, Ben.
Oh, and he just gets up into the wall and comes to a stop. That's probably one of the calmest cautions we've had so far.
Yeah, by far, man. One vehicle incident. Of course, you know, we're going down to the end of this thing here. We got 8 cars on the lead lap right now currently. Still quite a few that are a couple laps down that are still in this thing. So tough break there for Kevin Kernoodle. He was on the lead lap.
Less than 50 laps remain in the MavTV 500, presented by Volt Vapes. We're going to head non-stop again right here on our... Let me try that again. Non-stop here on LSRTV, the voice of sim racing. We'll be back.
It's been a very long offseason. Teams have changed, sponsors have changed, colors and all, but one thing that hasn't, they like to mash the loud pedal. Green flag is out on the 2015 NASCAR Peak Antifreeze Series season.
iRacing is the ideal platform for these broadcasts because we have the best racers, the best online racers in the world, and we have such a variety of racing, from NASCAR to Grand Prix style racing, sports car, endurance racing. We do it all.
Since 2010, the iRacing.com World Championship Grand Prix Series has been the absolute pinnacle of road racing in a simulated form. Great start then by Yakoda from the front. They're packing up behind number 1. They're going to be 4 wide as they come down into turn number 1 for the first time. Will they make it through that first corner? You can see them funneling through the center S's. It looks as though everyone is just about made it through. We have got ourselves some contact though, Rachel.
Side by side going into turns 3 and 4. Humpy's got the advantage, but Ottinger's not going to...
Oh, he got into him!
Ottinger gets into the 58, turns right into him, and that ends Ottinger's run.
We do a lot of live broadcasts now. Every Tuesday is NASCAR night, so on alternating Tuesdays we do the Peak Antifreeze Series, and on the other Tuesdays the B-Class Series, which is the Xfinity cars, and sometimes we'll even do some short track racing depending on the schedule. Every other Saturday we do the iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series, so the best road racers we have. And we also broadcast some special events, including the Endurance Championship, which is part of the Road Warriors Series. So we broadcast the Daytona 24, the Sebring 12-hour, we'll do the Watkins Glen 6-hour, several other races along there. And then, of course, the iRacing Pro Racing Champions, which is usually our biggest and most watched event of the year.
That is short track racing, and that's how awesome this sim is, Joe. That's something you see on TV on highlight reels, and we just saw it here, live.
We invite iRacers who are real-world racers. They compete every December. Guys like Alex Gurney, Justin Wilson, Scott Speed, Ron Capps, the list goes on. Really some big name drivers from all major forms of motorsport. It's really neat to see them get together and race together.
See Laughlin up top, down to the... Oh, he gets turned! Laughlin gets turned! Caution is out foul at the front of the field!
The easiest place to find the broadcast is on our website, iracing.com/live. So you can find some of our races on fanschoice.tv as well. A nice place to find iRacing broadcasts. You can also find it at mrn.com and peakauto.com.
cars are lined up on the grid. The Irish.com World Championship Grand Prix Series. We are underway. They all come down into turn one for the first time.
We're back live here to MavTV 500. Back straightaway. We're just green after the restart. Battle for the lead. Adam Hawks. Brian Bennett in turn number 3. Bennett, your leader. Hawks wants it.
He does. What a great start by both of these guys. Bennett, though. Bennett and Hawks both stayed out that time. Everyone else behind him came in and pit. Hawks now looking to the outside. He's got a wing to the inside. They're side by side now, going back into turn number 1. Bennett. Can he hold him off? Here comes Hawks with a power move on the outside. Bennett's going to have to fall in line. What a move on the outside by Hawks.
Bennett was too shallow entering turn number 1, and it cost him on the back straightaway. He loses the lead with 41 laps to go this time by at the line. Now here comes Bennett. He's got another good run down in turn number 3 off of turn number 4. Bennett's right there on the bumper of Hawks. As you look down low, he does, but he's got to fall in line to get that draft. Here we go. Battle for the lead again as they go back into 1.
He's got the inside is Bennett. Bennett, another low entry there into the corner. Hawks is going to try to hold him up. He can't. Hawks falls back in line. Here comes third place Wamba. He's coming slowly back into the picture. Hawks now with a big run back into 3.
Can't do anything there. Pfeiffer, he sends it down into turn number 3 to the inside of Wamba. Pfeiffer wants to go up there and challenge for the lead. Look who sits 5th. It's Tom Dreiling. Where did he come from?
Buying his time all race long. Now here he comes into the picture when it matters the most. Dreiling trying to catch all these guys here as Pfeiffer now makes a move for second. That's on Hawks. Can he clear him? Not quite. Not quite. Here he comes down the back straightaway. Now Wamba, he's going to follow Pfeiffer down into the bottom of turn number 3. Hawks going to relinquish that position now. As Bennett, he's got the lead. Pfeiffer's going to try to get it from him. Now we got 6 cars for the lead.
Unbelievable race here in the closing laps. 39 laps to go as Pfeiffer looks for the lead. He wants to take it away from Brian Bennett as they race off of turn number 2. Bennett has a check up. Here comes Pfeiffer. He's got the lead as they head down into turn number 3.
Pfeiffer with a power move off turn number 4 is going to pay off as they enter turn number 3. He clears Bennett as they roll through the center of the corner. Off the corner, Bennett's going to try to reel him back in. Hawks still sits 3rd. Wamba tried to get away from him last time through turn number 3, but he was not able to make it happen. Here comes Bennett now to the outside. He looked to take the lead from the outside on Pfeiffer. Didn't work. Back in line, single file. Now Wamba, it's a battle for 3rd here down the back straightaway.
Battle for 3rd, and Bennett cannot let Pfeiffer get out too far ahead because Pfeiffer and clean air is deadly. For 3rd, Hawks able to hold off Wamba, at least for the time being, off of turn number 4. Hawks is going to fall down into line. It's going to be Kennedy looking to get around Wamba for that 4th spot as they go to turn 1.
Kennedy, who a few laps ago found himself 1 lap down. He was battling. He had a fast car and he was running up with some of these leaders. The problem was he was a lap down. Now he's gotten his lap back, and now look at him. Here he is, top 5 now. Adam Kennedy in the 101 car, trying to make more of his night as he tries to reel back in Wamba off of turn number 4.
Wamba, though, reeling in Hawks for that 3rd spot. Bennett has not let Pfeiffer get out too far. Bennett is on the wing of Pfeiffer as they go to 1. Bennett's going to be looking for the lead on the back straightaway. Told you, he can't let him out. Look at Wamba around the outside of Hawks off of turn number 2.
That was a power move right there. Now he's going to close in on Bennett, and that's for the 2nd spot. Wamba with a power move off of turn number 2 on the outside. One of only a couple guys that we've seen make that work all night. And here he goes trying to make the outside work on Bennett. What a run off of turn number 4. Wamba to the outside. They're wheel to wheel for 2nd.
Holy cow, we've hit 35 to go, and Wamba says it's time to go get Pfeiffer out of that lead spot. Wamba down in turn number 2. Look at him on the outside. This is unbelievable.
He is making that outside line look so easy. Wamba now into second, trying to catch down Pfeiffer for the lead. I'm not sure these guys can make it. I think they all have to stop one more time before this one's out. This could get interesting as the laps close. Here comes Kennedy now. He wants to get third away from Bennett. He's got him, it looks like, at the line. He does. Kennedy now looking for a second.
4/1000s, he had him at the line by Kennedy up to third. Bennett and Hawks, they've dropped out of the top 3. They sit 4th and 5th. Adam Kennedy, he was a lap car just a couple cautions ago. Now he's contending for the win.
He is, and let me just remind you, Ben, that Bennett and Hawks were the only 2 of these leaders that actually stayed out on that last caution. So the fresh tires now are sitting 1, 2, and 3.
Battle for 4th. Hawks sitting inside of Bennett. Give it to him. Easy pass there. Look at Wamba continuing to work that middle groove, and he reels in Pfeiffer as they go to the back straightaway, and Kennedy is reeling in Wamba.
What a battle we got here in the late stages of this race. Definitely Wamba has been probably the only guy, I think, Ben, that's been able to make that high side work like he has. We've seen guys hold off a pass by being on the outside, but they've never been able to actually make it work like he has. Here they go into turn number 1. Wamba trying to use that middle groove. Not going to happen this time. He's going to gain a little bit of ground. Kennedy's kind of following in his tire tracks, trying to figure out what's making him so fast. Back into 3 they go. Pfeiffer still has the lead. Wamba wants it.
Top 3, tail to nose, 31 laps to go at the line. Pfeiffer almost got in the wall. Top 3, look at this. We've got a pack of 3 guys racing for the lead. That's 3/10 of a second separating the 2, and they all accordion together in 1. Pfeiffer has the lead. Wamba works the middle groove in 1 and 2. Kennedy to the back straightaway. He got a good run on Wamba. That's going to be a battle for a second before it's a battle for the lead. Scratch that. Wamba, a good run down in turn number 3 and 4. He's up on the high side where he likes it.
He is, and he's making it work right now with a run off of turn number 2. He's going to be able to close up onto the back bumper of Pfeiffer. Here he goes looking to the outside now. Not able to get the wing in there. Wamba trying to make the outside line happen. Here he goes into turn 1 and 2 again. Pfeiffer, bottom line prevails once again. Kennedy trying to hang on to that thing, stay in the draft. Here they go, still not much separating these top 3 as they go back into turn 3.
Great race. This has been the closest we've had the top 3 this whole race, and it comes as we hit 29 laps to go at the line. Scott Wamba looking to take the lead away from Jimbo Pfeiffer as they go down into turn number 1. He is right there. He's all over the rear wing. He just can't find a way around a 0-0.
No, we can't for the time being right now. Wamba settles in that second spot. Kennedy now with a run on him for second. Kennedy into turn number 3. These guys are running pretty much mirrored lines right now, Ben, so it's not surprising that the gap hasn't changed. Here we go now. Kennedy's going to drop to the inside with a run. He's going to get to the inside. He is there. Wheel to wheel now with Wamba for second. Kennedy in that 101 machine. This is the highest he has been all night long.
Oh, there's contact! Wamba hard into the wall! Upside down, the caution is out. He barrel rolls down the back straightaway. From second spot to upside down, Scott Wamba, his night is over. We get the replay, and you had to see it coming. With the racing as tight as they were, we knew somebody would make a mistake, and it just so happened to be the Kennedy machine on the inside pushed up into Wamba. Wamba goes hard into the outside wall and upside down barrel rolls down the back straightaway multiple times to put us under our 17th caution.
this is just shaping up now, Ben. Everyone's going to be down pit road. They can make it to the end, it looks like, from here. Be under 25 laps to go when we get the green flag. So come down, get your 4 tires, get your fuel, and I think pull your gloves on, because this is going to be a nasty fight to the end.
Everybody will have fresh tires. And oh boy, there's no telling what we could see. We could see 3, 4 wide for the lead. Pfeiffer stays out. Bennett stays out. Everybody else, oh, they almost made contact. Kennedy and Hawks almost made contact on the pit road as they work their way down pit road. The top 2 stay out. Andy, was that a good idea or no?
I don't think so.
Scratch that. Scratch that. Bennett's a lap down. Bennett is 1 lap down, so only Pfeiffer stays out. Pfeiffer, the only car on the lead lap to stay out. As we watch the replay here on the pit entrance, Pfeiffer fakes them out. I think they were coming down anyways, and then you see the close call right as they were getting checked up. Oh my. Oh, here we go, Andy. It'll be 25 laps to go this time by. We'll restart with about 23 to go.
I'm confused, man. Maybe I missed some, but why is Bennett a lap down?
I do believe he had to come down pit road right before the caution.
Oh, that would be all right. I didn't notice if he,
Yep.
all right. Yep, that makes sense. I thought he was gonna run out. All right, that makes sense. I didn't see him duck down pit road. I was so busy watching them guys battle for that top spot. I didn't even notice he wasn't there.
That's why Bennett is 1 lap down. Andy Kennedy will line up second. Hawks will be third. Looks like Freitas will be fourth. Scratch that. Dreiling will be fourth. Freitas will be fifth. William Brown will be sixth. And Yoshitomi will be seventh, rounding out the lead lap. Whew. So, Andy, get your breath caught up.
Oh, it's
You
caught.
didn't need it.
I'm just worried about Pfeiffer there. How good of a car he's had. I'm just really surprised. With 7 cars in the lead lap, he didn't come down. Because even if he was the only one, we just saw the pack of 6 there for the lead. So it wasn't like he was going to be out of contention in this one. So maybe with 5 to go or under 10 to go, it might have been a bad decision. But at this point, I don't know. I'm just shocked that he didn't come down.
Pfeiffer's going to have the restart of his career. And he can't spin the tires. And he can't push up in turn number 2. If he does, you might as well just paint him with blood and feed him to the sharks. We'll turn the lights off on the pace car this time. Bye-bye. And we'll get set for a restart with 23 laps to go. So here we go. Single file. Top 5, Pfeiffer, Kennedy, Hawks, Dreiling, Prius. "23 laps remain. Who will write their name in the history books as winner of the MavTV 500 2015 edition?" The pace car is going to head down the pit road. Pfeiffer's in the gas. We're back racing here at AutoClub. And that's not the start that Pfeiffer needed, because look at Kennedy. He got a fantastic restart as they go down into turn number 1. He's already on the rear wing of Pfeiffer as they head off 2.
That he is. Kennedy now looking for the run. Hawks right there too. He's ready to pounce also. Pfeiffer now trying to hang on for his life. Kennedy with a huge run, decides to time it just right. He backs off just a bit. Hawks goes way to the high side. He's going to drop down now, and with the hammer down, here he comes on Kennedy. Looking to the inside. Now it's side by side for second with a huge run coming on Pfeiffer. Pfeiffer protecting the bottom line as they head back into 1, but here comes Hawks.
Hawks threads the needle, but he's going to go off the racetrack. 22 to go. Hawks is there. Hawks is there, and Pfeiffer has made a huge mistake, and it's going to cost him to win. Hawks to the outside. Side by side, they go for the lead in 3. Pfeiffer able to prevail on the inside, at least for now, but Hawks is going to have the run off of turn number 4. Don't count out Kennedy. He's still in the mix, but here comes Hawks. He looks to the outside again in turn number 1 there, wheel to wheel.
What a low line that Pfeiffer's running. I mean, he's not even arcing it in at all. And here he is off of turn number 2 with the lead, but here comes Hawks. What a big run. He now dives to the inside. They're side by side. Not going to be much of a fight right here. Hawks clears him before they enter 3. Here comes Kennedy. He's looking to the inside.
He sent it down into turn number 3, tagged the apron, wiggles just a little bit. He slides up in front of Pfeiffer off of turn number 4. Does Kennedy have anything for Hawks? If he does, he's going to have to put the power down now. 20 to go on AutoClub.
20 to go. Here comes Pfeiffer fighting back with the old tires on Kennedy. Not going to make it happen. Kennedy's got the run off the corner. Now he's got to just settle in. He hasn't been up front like this all race long. Here he is now in the closing laps with a chance to possibly win this thing.
Good run from Pfeiffer. He is right there looking back to get around Kennedy again. If these guys battle it out, go ahead and hand the trophy to Hawks, because he's going to be able to pull away.
That he is. Pfeiffer's got the advantage. He's going to clear him now through the middle of 1 and 2. Now he's going to go to the high side. Here comes Kennedy again on the low side. He's got the inside line now. They're wheel to wheel, heading back into turn number 3. All in the meantime, Hawks is pulling away now. Kennedy fighting back, gets him cleared. Clears Pfeiffer off of 4. Here comes Brown now. He's coming into the picture. He's the 4th spot right now. Tom Dreiling, he's sitting in 5th. He's just outside the picture.
Hawks is gone. They have got to get tail to nose, and they've got to stay like that if they want to catch him, or else he is gone. These 4 guys got to get tail to nose, and there goes Pfeiffer again. Looking to the inside, go ahead and hand the trophy to Adam Hawks. He continues to pull away as they battle for second behind. That's going to be the spot on the racetrack. Kennedy back to the inside of Pfeiffer. He snagged second that time with the line. It's 9/10 separating first and second.
Here they come off of turn number 2. Kennedy finally has some separation. Brown washes up the track just behind these guys. Tom Dreiling now is going to go to the inside of Brown. That's the battle for 4th.
Dreiling there. Brown going to try a crossover on the front straightaway. There's contact. Brown has a checkup. Pfeiffer back on the bumper of Kennedy. They were able to close on the leader, but they were single file, and here they go again. They continue to battle. They've got to get single file. There's contact. Kennedy into the wall hard. Caution is out. A big crash in turn number 1. This time it's Kennedy Oh my goodness. Kennedy is out of this one from second to the pits and behind a wall as Hawks continues to lead. Now does Pfeiffer come down and take tires? Does anybody come down and take tires? It'll be a restart with less than 10 laps to go here in the MavTV 500. Pits are open. Hawks comes down. Pfeiffer comes down. Dreiling stays out, and that could be the move of his career. Brown is down as well. Oh my. I do
we're
believe
really setting up for an epic finish, man.
Bennett's going to get the wave around, so he's going to be on the lead lap. Dreiling and Brown stay out, as well as Pretis. Pfeiffer and Hawks, they both come down. And this is going to get exciting.
Just a wee bit. So Tom Dreiling gets his first lap led here tonight. Started 5th. Kind of fell back mid-pack this race, Ben.
Haven't talked much about him.
No, we haven't. He's worked his way slowly and methodically. Stayed out of trouble for the most part all night. And here he is now at the end of the race with a chance to win this thing.
Again, we certainly thank you for tuning in for the MavTV 500 presented by Volt Vapes live right here on LSRTV, the voice of sim racing. If you're just joining us, my goodness, we are 237 laps in. You've missed a lot, so you'll have to watch the replay, but don't do it now. You'll want to watch the finish. This is about to get exciting. It'll be a restart right at 10 laps to go. And these guys, they've put on some great racing so far, some tight racing. We've seen just some unbelievable passes made, some unbelievable moves, saves, and we've seen some spectacular crashes. Be sure to go back and watch those on the replay, but like I said, you don't want to do that now. You'll want to watch the finish of this one. It's looking like it'll be 11 laps to go when we get the green flag. Lights are still out now. They should go off next time by. Andy, who's your money on?
I ain't putting money on anybody.
Yeah.
First off, we did that Friday, Ben. And I swear to God, jinxed it. Was it Friday? I don't remember. Anyway, one of these, this past week, one of the races we did, and I took some, I was like, yeah, this guy's got a great car, blah, blah. Yeah, he crashed 2 laps later, so the rest of the week, I put my money on the guy who was like 100 laps out. So tonight, I'm going to put it on the 96, Jared Morgan. That's who my money's on.
Gotcha. I'll just agree with you there. There's not much else I could do.
We laughed about it during the week. We said, there's the broadcast jinx right there. So
signature, it happens no matter what company we're at, what race
matter.
We're calling.
Yep.
The broadcast gods are going to make sure that person we choose are talking about crashes.
Exactly. Just let it be.
So we might just need to go silent for the final 10 laps.
No, we can't do that either.
Yeah, true.
That's not picking anybody, so.
True, that is right. Lights out. on the iRacing.com Ford Mustang pace car. Top 2, 3 did not take tires. 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th have tires. Again, Dreiling, same position that Pfeiffer was in on the last restart. He's going to have the restart of his career to stay out in front of the snarling pack behind him, as we'll restart with 11 laps to go.
Yeah, the question is going to be how quickly Hawks can get around these guys. If it takes him a couple laps or so. Yeah, if he can. But if Adam Hawks cannot get around these guys within the first couple laps, and Dreiling's able to pull out to a pretty significant lead, it's gonna be tough to do with just 11 laps to go.
And remember, if we have a caution in these last 10 laps, this race is good enough. I mean, it's just about over.
Yeah, we probably got time for one more start if we have a caution within the next 3 laps or so.
Now, after 7 or so to go, it's just about over. We'll find out what happens as the field bunches up down in turn number 4. Possibly the last time tonight. The pace car is set to pull down on the pit road. Field in control. Tom Dreiling. He's going to slow him way down. Wait. Green flag is back in the air. Good restart by Brown. Pretus did not get off the line. Hawks has to pass him as they go down into turn number 1. Pfeiffer spun the tires.
What a crazy start that was. Dreiling did a short track move there, Ben, slowing everybody up and then gunning it. Here he is off of turn number 2 with a pretty significant lead over Brown at the moment. Hawks has made his way into 3rd. Can he close the gap now? 1.4 seconds, and he's going to have 10 laps to do it this time by.
Pfeiffer's right behind Hawks. If they're smart, they're the fastest 2 cars on the racetrack. They'll work together and work their way up and past the top 2. But I got a feeling that Pfeiffer's going to battle Hawks, and there he goes. Imagine that. He looks to the inside, not going to help him out now. Tom Dreiling, your leader. William Brown is reeling him in, though.
Brown with a great run off of turn number 2 right there. He's able to close the gap just a bit. Dreiling still trying to hang on to this one. Laps are winding down. 9 to go this time by. His lead is starting to shrink now off of turn number 4. Brown has closed it down to 2. 3 car lengths. Now it's down to 1. Now he's got a real big run. He goes to the high side. Brown to the high side for the lead in 1.
Wheel to wheel for the lead down in 1 and 2. Dreiling prevails on the inside. Brown's going to have to work on him again on the back straightaway. That's a pretty easy test to do. He slings down to the inside. Brown's going to have the lead when they get to 3.
He's got the lead for the moment. Now can Dreiling drop in the line and get his draft. Brown now with the lead. They're 1.7 seconds off of 3rd place, Jimbo Pfeiffer. Can these guys hang on to it? A big run right now for Dreiling. Dreiling now to the outside of Brown. Can't quite get there into 1. Through the center of the corner. Here comes Dreiling. He's getting a run off of the corner. He's got to run. Here he comes down the back straightaway in the draft. Can he catch him? Can he pass him before this one's over?
Brown pushed up out of 2. He can't do that too many more times, or Dreiling's going to take advantage of it. Dreiling off of 4's got a run and 7 laps to go at the line this time by.
Dreiling to the high side. Here he goes. He's got a wing on the car on Brown in front of him. Drops back a little bit to save his entry. Brown now pushes up on corner exit. Here comes Dreiling now. Kind of holding on to his momentum, not really losing anything right there as they head back into turn number 3. This is where he's really been able to make up some ground into 3 and off of turn number 4. Here it is, the gap is closing. Here comes Dreiling now off of turn number 4. Going to push up a little on the high side. Brown able to hang on tough right now, still 2 car lengths at the line.
6 to go. He's got to be behind him. You got to fall in line. Got to use the draft. You can't afford to waste any more time. Dreiling tags the apron. He's going to push up. He loses more time off of turn number 2, and Brown pulls away. Brown down in turn number 3 pulls away. Pfeiffer and Hawks, they're not able to reel in because they're battling as hard as they can. Dreiling again hits the apron. This time by William Brown at the flag stand, gets the high 5 laps to go at Auto Club.
Dryly now has to settle back in. He's just under 1 second away from the lead. He's just got to settle in and not overdrive this thing now. Here we go. Battle for third. Still shaping up. Pfeiffer has it. He gives the outside to Hawks. Hawks trying to make something happen here in the late going. They going back into turn number 3. They're still side by side. That's for third. Hawks loses a little bit of momentum there. Pfeiffer trying to slide up in front of him, but Hawks is going to hang tough on the high side.
Hawks is really working an outside groove here in the final closing laps. 4 laps to go. Pfeiffer on the inside. This is for the final podium position. Who is going to get it? It's William Brown's got it wrapped up front if he can just stay in the gas. Pfeiffer's almost in the wall. Hawks to the inside. The battle for third continues.
Hawks is going to have them cleared before they come into turn number 3. Here comes Bennett now. He wants a piece of this action. He's going for 2 spots in one. Now he's side by side with Hawks. He pushes up just a little bit.
That final podium position, 3 laps to go. Hawks has the 3rd spot now. Bennett trying to take it away. Pfeiffer is still in the mix as well. Bennett's going to go high right here. Here comes Pfeiffer. He's going to look low. Down the back straightaway, and they're catching Tom Dryling. Dryling, if he's not careful, he'll fall outside of the top 3. Hawks to the outside of Dryling. It's all William Brown out front as Dryling is going to lose that 3rd spot. 2nd spot, he's going to lose the 3rd spot. Hawks is up to 2nd. Popsicle sticks, 2 to go.
2 to go. The race leader's 2 seconds out in front. Here comes Pfeiffer now. He's going to the inside of Dryling. That's going to drop Dryling all the way back to 5th now. Oh, scratch it. Here he goes, coming, fighting back with Pfeiffer pushed up. Not going to have anything for him. Pfeiffer up to 4th. Bennett's now in 3rd. Hawks trying to...
98 miles complete. We begin the final 2 miles here at Auto Club Speedway. White flag is in the air for William Brown.
Battle for 2nd. Bennett, he's caught Hawks. Now he's got the inside lane. Hawks trying to hold on to it. Bennett slides up, almost gives him the slide job there coming off the corner. They're still going to be side by side heading into 3 for the final time.
Battle's going to be for the 2nd spot, but it's all William Brown out front. Off of turn number 4, William Brown is going to win the MavTV 500. 2nd goes to Bennett by 3/100ths of a second. Adam Hawks will finish 3rd. Pfeiffer comes home 4th, and Dryling comes home 5th. 500 miles, and William Brown comes out on top. He didn't pin on the last caution, and it won him the race.
Yeah, what a fantastic move. We questioned it, but we also said that if they can get out far enough on the restart and those guys get to battle, and they might be able to pull it off. And sure enough, that's exactly what happened for William Brown.
Brown will celebrate down in victory lane. We'll hopefully talk to him and the rest of the top 3 right here on LSRTV, the voice of sim racing.
I'm Dan Garrison, software engineer at iRacing. Since the beginning of Papyrus and through iRacing, the track has been unchanging through a session. Whatever you have at the beginning is what you have for the duration of the session and the end. The track doesn't change. What we want to do is be able to have the track respond to what's going on, to have cars interact with the track, to have the track change in temperature, in the amount of rubber. We want marbles, and we want those to be generated by the cars, putting them where they should be and picking them up and rethrowing them off the race line. It's a physical-based model that we focus on first and foremost. The tire and the track interaction, what's really going on there. It would be easy to just quickly throw something together. Our standards are, it needs to make sense. What's really going on, even at the molecular level between the track and the tire. The way the track works, essentially, is We divide it up into small cells that your car interacts with. So if you're adding temperature to a certain part of the track, we can pretty accurately know exactly where that is. That gets transmitted to the server. So if I'm in a race, my data is going to the server with everybody else in the session. The server accumulates that and basically broadcasts a consistent track state to everyone, so everyone's got the same track that they're racing on. One of the big challenges was being able to implement this dynamic track with any number of clients connected and have it just work as you would expect. Have it be the same for everyone in the service who's in a session. So to kind of give a little bit of a preview of the state of things right now, I basically have run a number of laps at 5 flags with the effects exaggerated for demonstration purposes so that we can kind of immediately see what's going on with the track. Right here is basically the track at the beginning of the session. There is a little bit of rubber on there that's put programmatically. That's the starting state of this track, and it's fairly low rubber at this point. If we skip ahead to the end, I did about 30 laps, so at the very end you can kind of see all this darkened in right here. This is where I was running the car, so well, there you go. And again, this is exaggerated. A single car in 30 laps is not going to darken the track anywhere near this level. We also have the ability to see the temperature, similar to an IR camera. At the beginning of the session, it's a little bit warm down here. It's very cool up here. As we skip ahead, all of a sudden this part of the track has become very warm. This is where I was running the car. And we can also drag the little thumbnail and see the effect of time as the track cools off and returns back to its equilibrium state. Before we had fairly symmetrical tracks. Now, because the sun is shining at some angle, one side of the track might be particularly hot, and 180 degrees around the track is going to be significantly cooler because the sun isn't really pointing at that. So you're on a track where maybe you basically treated it as 2 equal halves. Now you need to adjust to that. With multiple cars over a long race, you're going to have to seek out where's the grip, where is it going, how is the track changing. It's going to require a much more intelligent approach to racing. You're going to have to be able to handle the track through the life of the race. So in addition to temperature and rubber, we're also spending a lot of time working with marbles, putting them on the track where they should be. Later in a race, you can expect there to be marbles offline, and so a pass might be a little more sketchy later in the race because you're going to have to go through part of the track that has accumulated some rubber. On the oval side, if you want to venture out into, say, the outside line and nobody's been there yet, you can expect to find marbles there. I expect that the track becoming dynamic means that during a race, temperature is going to go up significantly and the grip is going to respond negatively. You will want to be anticipating that, seeking out cooler parts of the track, taking a slightly higher line for a while, testing out, is it faster up here? I fully expect it's going to break up the field. Cars are going to be trying new things. You won't be able to just take a qualifying.
Welcome back to AutoClub Speedway. I'm going to send it down now to Andy Kessler, who is caught up with our 3rd place finisher tonight. Andy?
That's right. I'm down here with the driver in the number 50, Adam Hawks. Adam, you had a good run. Led a bunch of laps here. Decided to come down pit road that last time, get fresh tires. But you weren't able to make it back up to the front. Tell us the difference on that one.
Yeah, I thought that they were all gonna come in behind me because if it had remained a green flag, because I last pitted around like lap 22, if it had remained green to the end, I was gonna win the race. There's just no doubt about that. I was on the better strategy. I had the better pace on the older tires. I had been conserving fuel the entire time. But with the caution coming out, just 10 laps later. Having that 10 laps fresher tires, I really thought it would make a difference there. Sadly, on the restart, I started battling with Jimbo. We lost too much time. And not only that, the guy that I was behind, Robert, in third place, didn't get anywhere near as good as a jump as those first two guys, so wasn't able to catch up to them. If I was within a second or so, and stayed in their draft, it's possible we could have won it. But all in all, it was a very interesting race. Got into a lot of weird contacts, weird situations, very exhausting. With 17 cautions. So yeah.
Yeah, we talk about a lot of those cautions. It seemed that when the cars got 3 wide in the corners, that the guy in the middle just, like, for whatever reason, just lost grip. The air around him, whatever it was, caused him to lose a lot of grip. We saw that cause a lot of issues. Was that what you guys felt out there in the car? Did it just seem at times that it just would lose it like that when cars were around you?
Fontana is just that track, and 1 and 2 is where you're going to have a lot of the issues. Uh, I think there were a lot of people that were not used to that car track combination there. So as a result, what happened is that when you're going into a corner and you're 6/10 or less behind them, you're just going to get pushed right up the track, and if you're going 3 wide in there, somebody's got to give, and it's hard enough going side by side, but 3 wide, that's you just got to let it go because it could be the end of your race.
Yeah, we saw that a lot early, and unfortunately, that took a lot of people out early on in this race with a lot of caution in the end. But towards the end there, had a lot of green flag laps, a lot of fun racing, a lot of slingshot racing, and overall, you came home with a 3rd place finish. Who would you like to thank for this one?
Well, I gotta thank Brian Bennett, the second place guy, because he shared his setup right before the start of the race, and and as you can tell, the difference between the two of us was thousandths of a second. So I gotta thank him. I also want to apologize to Gary and Jared. We had really good racing going on. I slammed it in the back of Gary. He said he was gonna go in the pits, and then he just, I'm racing side by side with Brian, exiting 4, and he just brakes right, and I couldn't react in time. I took him out, and then Jared, we were doing great, and then my turn in 1 and 2 is a lot later than his, and I just smashed him. I also want to thank Mike for putting on the amateur race. I want to thank everybody who watched. Hopefully they got a good show if they stayed up. And thank you guys for broadcasting our iPacing.com IndyCar Fontana simulated race.
Oh, there you go. Sense of humor from Adam Hawks. Thank you very much, and congratulations again on your 3rd place finish.
Thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Oh, yeah.
Well, there you have it. There's the 3rd place finisher, and I think I just I'll step right over here. I'll get Brian Bennett. Brian,
yeah.
Yeah. Brian, 2nd place. Not bad. First, I think I heard over the chatter your first IndyCar race over here, so congratulations on that.
Thank you. Yeah, it was my first Indy race. It was fun. I could see what was going on. I liked it.
Well, I'll tell you had a fast car all night long, especially on that fresh tires. You led a bunch of laps. You decided to come down and pit with the rest of those guys at the end there in that last caution. Fresh tires maybe should have prevailed, but I guess the hard battle in there just allowed William Brown just to pull away and not look back.
Yeah, I went in on my own under green. I don't know how many laps to go. I calculated it. I put in 10 gallons of fuel, but yeah, there was a caution while I was pulling into my pit stall, so I was a lap down. And I didn't get the lucky dog. I was a lap down, so it might have been 2 cautions ago. There's another caution. I got the lap dog down, or lucky dog. Got to rejoin and try to make some hay when the sun was shining, right?
Well, that you did. You made it all the way back up to 2nd. Some strong racing out there. The draft really played an effect. A lot of guys with the slingshot moves back and forth, lap after lap. Probably more passing than you do on any other car in the service, right?
Oh, I suppose. Yeah, a lot of these oval races, I think we can make a lot of passes on, but not so aggressive as this car. It was pretty fun. I enjoyed it. I liked the car. It'd be hard to tune, I believe. There's lots of options, but you could have excellent visibility to race on an oval with it. And then strategy became part of it, just because the car in front of you would take your downforce away, and you had to visualize what was going to happen when you were setting up a pass on somebody who was running the same speed as you were.
Yeah, well, overall, it worked out for you here. Second place finish here at Fontana. A long, exhausting night, but who would you like to thank to get you the second place finish?
Well, I'd like to thank Wayne Hutchinson, who I don't believe he was in this split, but I pulled his set off the forums this morning. I ran some laps about a month ago and didn't run any until this morning. I did a couple tweaks to the front camber where I thought would produce better grip, and my car was actually really good almost the whole way through. I could do 32 twos or whatever the number was, 0.2s. But anywho, yeah, Wayne Hutchinson, I used his tune with some little bit of tweaks for me.
Well, that's good. Well, congratulations on second place finish, and maybe next time you'll get that one spot closer.
Yeah, thank you. That was it certainly would have been my biggest win, the biggest field in iRacing. It was really, really nice.
Well, there you have it, Ben. Second place finisher. A big gamble towards the end on the pit stop. Was able to make it all the way back up to the second place, but just not quite pull out the win. And in this one tonight, and I think Ben, you might be a little soaking wet down there in Victory Lane.
A little bit wet with the Gatorade as celebration continues here in Victory Lane at AutoClub Speedway after William Brown, 500 miles in the MavTV 500 presented by Volt Vapes, has landed right here in Victory Lane. William, tell me about that call on the last caution to stay out and not pit.
Well, I was on TeamSpeak with a couple of guys from the Texas club and talking to them, and I'm not really in the points for this series, so we're like, just take a gamble, see what happens.
Well, you took a gamble and it paid off. It lands you right here in Victory Lane. Let's talk about really from the drop of the green flag all the way up until that final caution. We had 17 cautions tonight here at the MavTV 500. How hard is it, or how hard was it, I should say, from a driver's standpoint to get back into a rhythm after running, say, 30 or so green flag laps and a caution, and then 5 or so more green flag laps and another caution, and then how hard is it to get back into a rhythm and really keep your mind where it's supposed to be in order to make the right moves?
It's pretty hard. I'm not too much of an oval racer, honestly, so it's a lot of new stuff for me out there tonight, and the cautions definitely got a little, there were a lot of them, to put it nicely, but it really helped, though, that I hadn't done any really long stints in practice over probably 30 laps, so that kind of played into what I'd practice.
Well, it paid off in the end. You made the gamble on the last pit stop, and it lands you here in Victory Lane. Who do you want to thank for putting you here?
Just like to thank Mike Ouellette and all the guys for putting on the Pac 4 races and stuff, and it's been a lot of fun, and hopefully I'll get to make some more of them, and, thank Lord Dark Helmet,
Sounds great. William Brown in Victory Lane after winning the MavTV 500 presented by Volt Vapes. And Andy, he says he's not really that much of an oval racer. Could have fooled us.
Well, yeah, he can scratch that off his list then, I guess. No, he did a fantastic job all night long. He started second. He stayed up front, even on after pit stops. We were always talking about William Brown getting back up into the mix, always running in the top 5, led a bunch of laps here tonight, and ultimately comes home the victor.
Let's take a look at the final finishing results for the MavTV 500. William Brown, of course, comes home with the victory. Brian Bennett, he comes home second. Third, Adam Hawks. Fourth was Jimbo Pfeiffer. Rounding out the top 5 was Tom Dreiling. 6th was Robert Pretis. Chad Yoshitomi was in the 7th position. 8th was Mike Ouellette. 9th belonged to David Freibuth, and J.D. Snyder rounds out the top 10.
Andy Kennedy ended up finishing 11th. Scott Wanbaugh finished 12th. 13th went to Kevin Kernoodle. Gary Nichols finished 14th. Brett Trojan finished 15th. 16th went to Timothy Schultz. Gary Laviolette finished 17th. Michael Wood came home 18th. 19th went to Jared Morgan. And John Ailes finished 20th.
Scott Hutchinson came home 21st. It was Donovan Johns. And 22nd, 23rd was L.D. Daly. Mike Taylor was 24th. Trenton Barrington was 25th. Aaron Stowe, 26th. 27th was Richard Tillman. Pete Costanzo was 28th. And Michael Lane rounds out the field in 29th. 500 miles, done and over with. Andy, final thoughts?
Final thoughts. I think we saw a lot of great racing, some good drafting. We saw how important that was. Ultimately, it came down to different strategy with fuel mileage and tire strategy in the last pit stop. And ultimately, the strategy you wouldn't think would work with the older tires ended up working. It worked out in his favor. So congratulations to Michael on the big win. But Ben, I'll tell you, IndyCars, every time we've done an IndyCar race at an oval, they've never seemed to fail us for drama.
Never disappoints. And it was a full moon for sure tonight in Fontana, California. We thank you for tuning in with us right here on LSRTV. We invite you to join us tomorrow for the RSR Full Throttle Cup Series. They take on Bristol Motor Speedway. For Andy Kessler, Laura Lawson, I'm Ben Kilcrease. I'll leave you with the usual put the phone down, but also keep Justin Wilson in your hearts and prayers tonight after his crash in the IndyCar Series at Pocono. Good night, everybody, from AutoClub.